learning of facts, but the training of mind to think. And this thinking sprouts when you sow the seed of queries and doubts. A very pleasant greeting to one and all present here. I, Varsha Shetty, member of Akanksha Charitable Trust, extend a warm welcome to you all to the Global Online Youth Education Summit 2021, organized by Akanksha Charitable Trust, outreach partner Youth Opportunity, technology partner Trisha Vidya College of Commerce and Management. The journey of ACT embarked in 2012 with a group of friends who came together to provide quality education as they believed knowledge doesn't decrease by sharing. Team Akanksha started its activity in 2012 in rural schools and has been conducting various programs like Belaku, Arivu for the rural school students in Dakshin Kannada, ongoing state level project Impact 30 across 30 districts of Karnataka, online skill enhancement programs, National Youth Conference since 2019, and international programs like Global Online Youth Education Summit since 2020, which is India's first youth education summit on quality education for all. On behalf of Akanksha Charitable Trust, I extend a warm welcome to all the delegates from various parts of the world to this mega event. Let us come together, share our thoughts, create and be the change makers. So do we have...
Yeah, I just called them. They will join in a minute.
Okay. So we will have our first keynote speaker joining very soon.
You can just tell the schedule of whole event.
Okay, sir. So we will have our first session by our keynote speaker, Srijan Pal Singh. And then after which we will move on to the next session by Ms. Kathleen Nagli. After which we will have another session by Saiham Hossain sir. And then we will have a break for about half an hour or 20 minutes. After which we will have panel discussion where we'll have 3 panelists and we will have a panel discussion for about an hour. And later on, we will have another session by Niranjan Bharadwaj sir, after which we will wind up for the day. So a small request to all the delegates is that if you have any queries or questions regarding any sessions, please put up in the chat box. And while the session is going on, please make sure that you are on a mute. And in case if you want to ask the queries or doubts directly to the respective speakers, then you please put on your name in the chat box. The respective host will call your name and then you can ask the questions directly to them. And a very kind note to all the delegates, since we have very little time for every session, maybe it's only half an hour or 45 minutes, the questions will be constricted or questions will be restricted, but we will make sure that all of your questions reaches the speaker and they will answer it to it, if not here, but in emails or any other means. So let's wait for our keynote speaker to come into the meet.
You can take introduction, Varsha. So
Okay,
once you arrives, I'll inform.
Okay, sir. Okay, so we'll continue with our introduction session. Okay, so let's call Navdeep Kaur.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good evening to all. Firstly, I would like to thank the Akanksha Trust for organizing such a wonderful event. Though we all are sitting at our own places and thinking about the world and its problem, I guess it is one of the good platforms where we can share our thoughts. And I'm very glad to be here. I'm a scholar.
Okay.
Right, doing my PhD in textiles and design. And I guess art and design is one of the mode through which you can express your sentiments, right? It is one of the language. So that's why I'm here. I want to hear each and every speaker. I want to interact with all the educationists all around the world so that I get a chance to know them better.
Great, that's great. So through your work, you speak. Yeah. And let's see that, let's all wish that we learn from each other. Thank you, Navdeep.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay, so next up, let's have Ikenna Ugu, if I have not spelled it wrong.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. It's an
Okay.
absolute pleasure to be here. Like you see, my name is Ikenna Ugu, and I'm joining from Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm a social development activist with special interest in education, environment, and of course, gender equality. It's been something worrisome, the level of education decadence in this part of the world, Africa, and of course, other parts of the world. And when I came across this opportunity, I thought it's brilliant to have conversation with other young people across the world too, because I think all problems are local, but I know that we can find local solutions for global problems. What the issue is in my country might not be the same as it is in your country, or
Right.
in Ghana or in China, other countries. But then we can always, if a solution works in Nigeria, someone in Vietnam, someone in China can adapt the same approach and of course localize the solution. And here we can have a global solution for the education system. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm looking forward to a very interesting conversation. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, next up we'll have Nuwagaba.
Hello.
Yeah, you're audible.
Good afternoon from this side. My name is Nwagaba Mangarabona. I'm from Uganda.
Okay.
I'm a student of chemical engineering in my third year. The reason as to why I joined this summit, of recent I've been volunteering with a non-profit organization called Model Peace Forum, and we are focused on SDG implementation. And the one I particularly took interest in.
Varsha sir has joined. I think.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Nuwagaba.
Srijan sir, I'm Dr. Shrisha, the one who contacted you. I think we are audible, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right, sir? Yes, sir.
Just let me get this thing up and running.
Yes.
Some internet issues.
Okay.
Right. Can you have to come out to do this? Okay.
Yes,
Can you see me now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
perfect,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Varsha?
Yes, sir. I'll start. Okay, so without delaying further, I would now proudly like to introduce to you all the keynote speaker for today's event, Mr. Srijan Pal Singh, sir. Before moving into the event, I would like to give a brief introduction about our guest today. Srijan Pal Singh, sir, is an author, public speaker, education innovator, and social entrepreneur. Born in Lucknow, he completed his schooling in La Martiniere College, Lucknow, and he holds BTech in electrical engineering. He is IIM Ahmedabad gold medalist, who worked initially with Boston Consulting Group. He left the international corporate career and then worked as an advisor and officer on special duty to the 11th President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, sir. He has written 15 books, including 3 as co-author with Dr. Kalam, sir. His books have sold more than 4 lakh copies and translated in 12 different languages. In 2012, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, sir, and Srijan Pal Singh, sir, founded the Kalam Foundation, where Srijan, sir, was appointed as managing director by President Kalam. Currently, he is the CEO and co-founder of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center, a non-profit organization working on integrated missions across multiple dimensions in an effort to continue the vision and works of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, sir. For his work, he was awarded the first Distinguished Alumni Award by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University and given the accolade to inaugurate the annual management festival of IIM Ahmedabad. To date, he has interacted with over 120,000 youth across the world. I, on behalf of Akanksha Charitable Trust, extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. The session is over to you.
Hello, everyone. Unmute myself. Okay, yeah. Hi. So thank you, Varsha, for that lovely introduction, and other team members were there. I can see you have a lovely background behind you, and it has a lot of things. But the most important thing it says is that Global Online Youth Education Summit. Now, I understand this is organized by Akanksha Charitable Trust, and you've got a lot of partners. I can see that all behind you. So happy to know that all of you have got together to do this very important topic of this youth and education. You see, the world is going through a big flux. We all know that. And I think that's one of the principal themes of why you have got people from all around the world, change makers, I understand, in education sector, perhaps also in skill development sector, who have got together and discussed this issue. Now, part of this stems from the reason that the world went through a colossal change with the novel coronavirus, and how that completely transformed how we educate, develop skills, even do our work. Part of it also emanates besides the whole idea of the COVID crisis, because this was a trend which was being discussed across the globe, and especially in India. And I've been a part of that discussion probably since I left college. So at different levels, at state government levels, at central government levels, at private sector levels, we've been discussing on what it takes to truly educate a youngster. Now that spans from the point at which a child enters the school till the point at which you complete your master's or your PhD and you enter the workforce. Has education of yesteryears achieved the goals of today? And while that may be a question mark, what is a certain answer is that the education pattern of yesterday cannot achieve the goals of tomorrow. So I don't know whether it suits the present or not, looks unlikely. But definitely in the future, what worked yesterday would not work in the future, would not work in tomorrow. And that's why we need to reinvent, reinvigorate, and completely revamp and redesign the way we treat education. Now, I also sit on boards, including heading some of the education institutions in India, both at university levels and at school levels. I've seen the development of a child at 4 years of age, how they all come and they are all so different from each other. They all are unique in some aspect or the other. They all have their own traits, their own ways of thinking, their own uniqueness. They all have their own little, big, unique dreams. And then our education system, somehow all these, diversity across these young human beings at 4 years of age, it seems like for the next 20 years, the education system works on how to remove these unique, diversity and make everybody round. Everybody becomes round, same shape. They all come out as replicas of each other. And that seems to be the goal of education. It seems education is designed to create a replicable, replaceable workforce. Okay. So what I mean is that if one employee goes, the education system will give you another employee who would be identical to this employee. That's what education system perhaps was designed, especially in the developing part of the world. Much of Indian education system, and I understand there are friends from other developing countries and even developed countries, education system was designed to create skill force for an industry, which was of 19th century, 20th century, which required replicable people who could be replaced by another person seamlessly. But that's no longer true, because who does that replicable job today? Robots do it. Artificial intelligence does it. Replicable jobs are no longer human domains. What is of human importance is imaginative thinking. What is required is creativity. What is required is leadership. What is required is stable head. And for that, you need to respect the diversity of every child, every youth. And not only respect it, you have to nurture it. And that is the new education system which we need. Now, whether you achieve it via online or offline or a mix of both, does not really matter. But what matters to me is that a child who comes at 4 years and wants to become an astronaut, at the time he reaches class 10th, does not end up thinking that an astronaut is impossible to become. Maybe I should just settle for a mechanical engineer. And by the time he goes to class 12, he decides that, okay, I can't do JEE, maybe I should settle for this college. And then by the time he goes to that college, he'll say, no, maybe I can't become, the top 5% job takers. Maybe I should settle for something lesser and lesser and lesser and lesser. And that is sometimes what education does. Now, if you allow me, young guys, so you will not get bored out of stories. And this is a story I heard long, long ago. And it has really shaped the way I think in life. And I always tell my students, and we have hundreds of thousands of students I would have interacted, and currently enrolled also, there'll be tens of thousands who I interact almost on a daily basis, directly or indirectly through my teachers. So there used to be an eagle, and the eagle had nest right at the top of the hill. And this eagle had 4 eggs in its nest at the top of the hill. And one day there was a wind, and one of the eggs just rolled down the hill. And luckily, it didn't hatch, it didn't break, but it just went on, rolled on, and then entered into the coop of a hen. Now, the hen is pretty stupid, so it didn't realize that there's an eagle egg, and it kept laying the eagle egg. And one day, the eagle egg hatched, and so did the other eggs, which were basically hens. And these chicken and the eaglet, they were indistinguishable, because the little eagle never thought that it's an oddball there. So it kept behaving like a chicken, and it kept trying to pick grains from the sand, which is pretty bad. Eagle is not designed to do that. Its beak is designed to do something else. It is not designed to run on ground. It is designed to fly in the sky. And so this little eaglet was a bad hen, was a bad chicken. I'd always thought, I can't run like my brothers and sisters, the chicken. I can't pluck grains, and I'm just a horrible chicken. Then one day, the other 3 eagles, the actual brothers and sisters of this eagle, were flying in the sky. And this little bad chicken / eaglet thought that, look at these people, they can fly. I wish I had the ability to fly like these eagles do. And many times our education system does this to so many eagles, right? We make them believe that they're chicken. We make them believe that they cannot fly. We make them pluck grains and run on ground, at which they're not designed to do. They're designed to fly. Don't make them crawl. They're designed to do something else. We don't need to streamline them based on what we think is job worthy. Many a times you guys decide your education based on whether I will find a job out of it or not. Colleges are not meant to be placement centers. Education is not your placement agency. It is your way to achieve what you're interested in, what you think you're good at, and most importantly, what you love. Nurture it. Use education to nurture those skills which you should build to achieve what you truly love. Let me say this again. Use education to build skills so that you can nurture a career which you truly love. So you can achieve things which you love. That's what you should do. Education should not be your ceiling. It should not be, this is all what you can achieve. It should not tell you what you can't do. Education should be your ladder to reach out to things which you thought you wouldn't be able to achieve, but were important to achieve those things which you love. Okay? That is what we need to do. Now, that is more theoretical or more philosophical. What do we need to do? That is the critical question. Okay? So, the Harvard Business Review came out last year, just before the pandemic. And so this is not influenced by pandemic, and that's why it's important to say. Skills which are needed. And I've added one of my own skill into it as well. And they said there are 3 skills which are required for the leaders of tomorrow. Okay? And those 3 skills, they say, are not to do with, they're not about being excellent at programming or analytical skills or problem solving ability. Those are good things to have. But analytical skills, even an AI can do. A machine learning can solve problems for you. What are the human skills needed for young people like you today from across the world, which would make you truly global leaders, okay, to be global excelling people? Now, they said 3, and I'm going to add 1 more. So the skills are, number 1, communication. I interact with hundreds of thousands of students in the past 5-7 years, engineering especially, and I have found that there is a significant emphasis which you guys need to put on communication. Communication is not about flowery language. So far, I have not used a single word which you would not understand. You don't have to approach a dictionary to understand what I'm saying. When I write a book, and I've written a lot of them now, my editor will cut down sentences which go beyond 2 lines. The idea is not to be complicated. The idea is to be understandable. The idea is to communicate exactly what you say, not to create confusion by what you say. The idea is not to use difficult words, but to use the correct words. Okay, so communication, and communication comes only with confidence. So you should definitely invest time in being a good communicator. Now, whether you do it through a course, whether you do it through a self-led approach where you go out and talk to people, or you express yourself, it's okay. Do not hesitate to communicate. Sometimes you may sound silly, sometimes you may be pulled apart, but that's okay. Don't worry about that, okay? The second important skill is extroversion. It's linked to communication, but it's different. Extroversion, and I need to explain that word. That's the Harvard Business Review, so sometimes they use difficult words, I don't, right? Extroversion essentially means your ability to reach out to people who are different from you, okay? Everybody, look at the, some of you have your cameras on, some of you, I can see your names. You all appear to be different. You appear from different parts of the world. You appear to look different. You probably appear from different regions of India. You are from different genders. You are different, maybe languages. How can you communicate with each other, right? What are those bridges? Now, that doesn't mean, oh, I'll communicate in English. Well, that we all know you can. And translation can also be done. That's not another problem. The problem is in terms of sensitivity to understand what is the culture of the other person. Certain things we say, we don't even know that they may be offensive to someone. You need to understand different cultures. So that extroversion and the ability to boldly and confidently reach out to a person halfway across the world who doesn't really understand your culture, and the ability to communicate with them is a sign of global leadership. So number one was communication. Number two is extroversion. Okay. Now let me come to number three. The third important skill, and this one I have added, which I think they should have added, is the ability to unlearn. Now, you know what is unlearning? You know learning, you know unlearning. Unlearning means the ability to say that what I know today is not right, is outdated, or is something which I want to, or you want to build upon it. Three things may happen. What you know today may be completely wrong. It may be proven wrong, or you learned it the wrong way. What you know today may be outdated, may be useless. And you have to be humble enough to realize that what I learned for 1 year or 3 years in my college is now useless. That's the cycle of knowledge. And the third thing which may happen is that something new may have been developed over and above it. So those who understood tomorrow's computer programmers today have to learn AI. Today's AI people will have to learn machine learning. Today's machine learners would have to learn deep learning. And tomorrow's deep learners, day after tomorrow, something else will come. So you must realize that what you know today, you have to unlearn tomorrow and relearn something new. If you are going to be fossilized in what you know, then my friends, you will become a fossil very soon. You shall never leave any footprint in history if you do not have the ability to unlearn. Okay? Even the great Einstein, when he was just a clerk, stood up and he was nobody. He was not an Einstein back then. He challenged the Newtonian theory of laws of motion. I was just talking to someone about this. And he challenged the theory of Newton's, the great Newton, the god of science back then, in 1910 and 20s. Newton was, 400 years or 500 years, he has been the god of science. And he challenged those laws of motion. Nobody, Einstein, did that. And the entire scientific community, the good scientists, accepted it and unlearned the Newtonian laws of motion. So don't be the Newtonian law of motion in your life. Be the general theory of relativity, which is Einsteinian, right? Tomorrow, Einstein might also be proven wrong. Who knows? You have to forget that too. That's okay. I was reading about this young soldier who was in the trenches of the First World War. And this person, his name was Schwarzschild. Schwarzschild was, so in trench warfare, most of the time you were not fighting, you were just waiting for the other guy to make a mistake. So here you have enough free time in a war. So this person got a hold of Einstein's general theory of relativity. And Einstein was nobody then. And he read that. And using that, he unlearned the Newton's law of motion and relearned into this new general theory of relativity. And within the trench war, he imagined, hypothesized, and theoretically proved the existence of black holes. And that's how you know black holes today, because one man decided to unlearn. Now, so you have to be that, So don't be fossilized with what you've learned. You have spent time in it, that's good, but tomorrow you have to change it. So let's recap, okay? Number one was your ability to communicate. Number two was extroversion, okay? Extroversion, introversion, extroversion. Introverts are people who only talk within themselves. They don't like to talk to people. Extroverts are people who go out and reach out and talk and communicate, okay? So extroversion, communication, extroversion, unlearning, and I will tell you one more, okay? The last and the most important ability is emotional stability. I find so many young people, especially of your age, and I find them so emotionally unstable. We do hiring. So I hire, how many teachers we'll have? Hundreds of teachers we have. Hundreds of volunteers have worked with us. There are hundreds of employees who have been hired, I would have hired, of your age. And one problem I see, and everybody complains about it, is that young people of today are not emotionally unstable. No, they're not emotionally stable. And that to me is a big worry. Because if every little unsuccessful and failure thing which happens in your life is going to make you feel that you're gone, depressed, done, finished, everything is useless now in your life, then one little failure should not deter you. One little job loss, one back paper, one firing from the boss, one scolding from the father or mother, one breakup from your loved one, that should not destroy you. Life is longer. Start early, run long. Don't try to run life like a 100 meters relay. That if you trip once in a 100-meter relay, if you trip once, you can never win. Because that's it, finished. But in a marathon, if you even fall twice, you can still get up and win. There are instances of doing that. Life is about running long. Long and as fast as you can, but not to tire out, not to burn out. Life is not 100, it's a long life. You will live, but if you are 20 years, in your 20s, you have at least 6-7 decades to live. And in your case, maybe science will give you more than 100 years of lifetime. You've got 8-9 decades to live still. And if you trip, make a mistake, you get a back paper, you are asked to repeat a class, once you are gone. Not a good thing, but that's not the end of your life. Nothing is the end of your life. I have studied in top institutions and there were toppers in those institutions. Are they doing better than the ones who are mediocres in that institution? Not really. The best names which you know today, but there are people in my batch in IIM who've set up some of the best companies, best social enterprises, famous authors. They were not toppers really. They were good students, but they were diligent people. They were emotionally stable. Emotional stability will take you far and wide. It'll win you friends, it'll win you contacts, it will make sure your relations go well. Your family is, you right now are a child. Soon you will have children of your own perhaps. It will ensure a family which is peaceful and loving, and that's very important in life. So now let's recap. 4 things which you need to do. Communication, extroversion, emotional stability, and the ability to unlearn. Okay, 4 things. Now, how do you do that is on you. I can't tell you how to do it. I can tell you only what to do. I can tell you how I look at youngsters and what I wish they would do better. And this is one of them. It pains me to see if youngsters can't write emails. It's a 10-minute course, which you can do anywhere, freely available. Just go to internet, Google, find out how to write an email. And just understand it, how to put your signature in an email. How should it look like? Basic skills would not require you more than a day of Googling for free. And you need to invest that time. Don't be, don't flow with that idea that these things are not important. It's not important to communicate properly. It's not important to dress up properly. It's not important to have the right etiquettes in life. These things are very important. And that's what matters. Because when you meet a person for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, knowledge can take you quite far, but not to the core. It is wisdom which will take you to the core. Wisdom will make you a winner. And the difference between knowledge and wisdom is far bigger. It's about not what you know, but also what you can show. It's not about rambling everything which you know, but having the sagacity, having the brains to know what to say and what not to say. In class 12, I learned this thing called Précis writing. Précis, you all remember. We think it's useless. What nonsense exercise this is. 30 words, 100 words, you write this whole thing. There are 500 words you give, then you say 100 words, you write it. But believe me, in life, Précis writing is the most important skill. If I ask you to write a 30-page essay, it's easier. If I ask you to write a 1-page essay, it is more difficult. It is far more difficult. Life is about being able to express what is important, and that is wisdom. Knowledge. So information is about knowing anything. So if I know any fact, it's information. Okay. If I'm able to bucket these facts into useful units, then that is knowledge. So I have a knowledge about a subject. I have a set of facts about, a set of information about a particular subject. So when information has a direction, it becomes knowledge. But wisdom is one step higher. When knowledge has a purpose, it becomes wisdom. So what it is, when information has a direction, it is knowledge. When knowledge has a purpose, it becomes wisdom. Life is about acquiring wisdom. It's not about knowing everything, because that is impossible. You can't become an encyclopedia. For that, there is wikipedia.com. By being a Wikipedia, you're becoming nothing, because Wikipedia will always defeat you at that game. But if you're able to have a purpose to what you know, then that is wisdom. So focus on that. Okay. So these are the trends which I wanted to tell you, share you from my experience and from what I have learned over time. And I am sure that in future, these skills will be extremely, extremely important. And you must invest time now to cultivate it. One good way, see, life is full of distractions. Often at times I see people, youngsters, there's so much distraction. Everybody's looking for your time. Everybody's looking for your attention. Whether it is Instagram, whether it is Facebook, whether it is Twitter, whether it is anything. You know, even that little app which reminds you to drink water is looking for your attention. Correct? The game is looking for your attention. Oh, your game, you've not played the game, your character is dying, you've not drunk water, you are dying. You know, your friends are waiting for you on Facebook. Somebody wants to see your photo on Instagram. Some tweet is there which you need to react to. And your phone and your mind is buzzing with these reminders, all looking for your attention, all looking for your time. And you hence, what is the most important thing? Understand why are these big companies looking for your time? Because your time is precious. And you know who doesn't realize your time is precious? You know who? You don't realize it. Everybody realizes it. You don't realize that your time is the most precious resource on this planet. The time of the young person, youth, and your attention is what everybody is willing to pay money to get. Instagram doesn't take money from you. It's free, but nothing is free in life. What you give them is your time. You give them your time, your attention, and that's so valuable. That's why these are billion-dollar companies. These are companies bigger than GDPs of several nations, just by buying your time, which you give them for free. And they give you some service, right? So hence, it's important to understand your time is precious. If your time collectively can create a billion-dollar industry, then why can't you become a billionaire or a millionaire, or at least somebody who has changed thousands of lives, or a great teacher, or a great professor, or a wonderful scientist, or a great doctor? Or you can solve anything, because your time is worth billions. So understand this and don't waste your time. Everybody will be behind your time. So you must be extremely cautious on where you spend your time. You must be cautious on monitoring where your time is being spent. See, when you have a lot of money, what do? What does the bank do? Bank has a lot of money. What does the bank do? The bank keeps an account of inflow and outflow. Where did the money go? Which project did it go? Did the project do well? Did it not do well? Where is the state of this project? Is it progressing or not? Did this money go in a bad asset? Should I cancel this money out? In the same way, because you are sitting on $1 billion worth of time, which is your time, you must keep an account of it. So here's what you should start today. every day. Now you guys don't write diaries because your mom and dad will read it, so don't write it. But you make a Google document, or you make a Word document, or you just email yourself every day. It'll remain secret. Nobody will see it. Okay, your problem. You take your mail ID. You take care of it. So nobody can read your diary. And honestly and frankly, because nobody is reading, you can be honest to yourself. Just find out how much time are you wasting by your own assessment. How much time did you spend thinking of nonsense, talking useless things, going on Instagram and just surfing there, going on Facebook and just swiping up arrow, going up and up and up, and just clicking nonsense videos or forwarding WhatsApp messages? Now, sometime you need, I'm not saying you don't need to do it at all, but how much time? 1 hour, 2 hours a day. You know how much time young people are spending? Young people are spending, before TikTok was banned in India, 90 minutes on TikTok and 90 minutes on YouTube. Okay, that's 3 hours on video watching. Now, I'm pretty sure that maybe on YouTube you are watching sensible stuff, but the chances that you're doing that on TikTok are very low. Okay, but some people may be doing it, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that you're still wasting, out of those 3 hours, 2 hours are wasted. 2 hours wasted over a week is about 15 hours, 14 hours. Okay, 2 hours over a year is about 730 hours. 2 hours over 10 years would be 7,300 hours. That's how many years? How you calculate? Okay, that would be like one year in itself. So that's why it's important to understand and acknowledge it. Tell yourself. You don't need to tell me or your friend or your mom or your dad or anybody, your teacher, that you are wasting time. Tell yourself. You are your biggest friend. The only person who will always be with you is yourself. The only person who always wants good for you is yourself. And if you are not in friendship with your own mind, then you have a problem, my friend. Okay, then you need to control your mind. You need to hence monitor every minute. If you think, some of you have just typed, if you seriously think you have a problem of time wastage, hourly, every hour, monitor yourself. Every hour, send yourself an WhatsApp. You just send one WhatsApp to yourself. Okay. You make a group with 2 people, remove the other person, and you have a group with yourself. Okay. And you talk to that group. Just tell yourself, I wasted this hour. In this hour, I wasted 15 minutes. In 3 days, your time spent on wasteful things will come. 3 days, I'm telling you. 3rd day, you will say, yeah, I feel like life has more time. Now I find there's more time in my life to do good things. And the problem is the time which you spend on wasteful activities, especially social media, it doesn't give you happiness. It gives you dopamine. Now, those of you who are from neurosciences or pursuing it, you will understand that there are basically 3 levels of happiness. One is the dopamine level happiness. Then there is a serotonin level of happiness. And the 3rd level of happiness, which is a cortisol, which is different. The dopamine level happiness is what you get when you smoke. I hope none of you do that. But those people who are smokers, why do they do it? Because they get dopamine. The dopamine happiness is addictive. Mobile phone gives you the same dopamine happiness. Okay. But it's not long lasting. It is addictive. The serotonin happiness is not addictive. It is satisfying. So when you read a book, don't you feel good about it? That is a serotonin happiness. When you do something good, some good activity you do, maybe help someone, you feel so happy inside. That is a serotonin happiness. The world is trying to make you addictive in happiness. That's the entire half of the corporate world is trying to sell you things which you don't need and can't afford. Okay. And this is not just for you, for everybody. The purpose of marketing, 50% of marketing is about selling you things which you don't need and you can't afford. So that you buy things on EMI, go in a debt trap, and for the rest of your life, you consume things which you don't even need. Don't get into that. These things are just dopamine happiness. Think of things which give you serotonin happiness. And each one of you is unique in that sense. Because while smoking gives dopamine to millions of people, billions of people perhaps, it's a common thing. Everybody just needs cigarette, right? Everybody just needs a mobile. Just waste time on mobile and gives you dopamine. But serotonin is unique to you. It's different. Your and mine are different. Your mind, my mind are different. So find what gives you satisfaction in life. It could be painting, it could be singing, it could be dancing, reading, fiction, writing. It could be exploring new ideas. It could be watching the sky and looking at the stars and the moons, how they move. It could be anything. It could be multiple things, but find out. Because let not the world tell you what makes you happy. Nobody should tell you. People can guide you, but nobody knows it. The world cannot tell you what makes you happiness. What brings you happiness is your personal call, which only and only you can explore. So find what makes you happy, stay happy, do explorations in life. Don't let anyone decide your goals in life. Take everyone's advice, no doubt about that. Do your reality check. It's not also wrong to have more than one aspiration in life. Sometimes youngsters tell me, oh, I have 2 dreams in life. I have 2 goals in life. That's okay. Fine. They'll clarify over time. They will become clear. So don't worry about that. So pursue them. And the 4 things I told you, communication, extroversion, emotional stability, and the ability to unlearn, you must totally cultivate. Okay. So thank you for organizing this wonderful event. I hope I could make some sense of things I've told you. I hope you can implement some of those things. I'm sure it will help you. And education does empower the nation. Education empowers society. And education will truly empower the human species going forward. And all of you shall be the harbingers, the carer, the torchbearers, and the future pillars of our human species development, sustainability, and survivability. There are too many challenges which my generation and previous generations have put upon you. Some of them are not really your fault, but they're your problems. Okay. So whether you like it or not, you can blame us. Doesn't solve your problems. So you better, pull up your socks, and not only you have got your own problems to solve, you also will have to solve some of those problems which are really 50 years old and nothing to do with you, right? But still, they do affect you, and they will affect your future generations. So hard luck if you want, but also an opportunity to be a cornerstone which completely transforms where the humankind progresses and how we evolve as a species in the times ahead. So once again, thank you for your time, attention, and I wish all the people, especially the organizers at Akanksha Charitable Trust and other partners out here, for this fantastic conclave in these critical times. And I'm sure great things will come out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful time, for your wonderful words. And after this session, so I can just conclude by telling, let us unlearn the dopamine happiness, communicate, extrovocate to the world, and welcome the serotonin happiness, stabilize our emotions, and yes, of course, manage our time, because time and tide waits for none. So with that note, we would take up 2 questions because of our time constraint. I think Vaishnavi has raised her hands. Vaishnavi, you can go ahead with the questions a little faster, please.
Yeah, so I'm Vaishnavi and I'm tuning in from India and I'm a 12th grade student. So this is more of a personalized, not a personalized question, but do you think that the current state of the education system is because of the improper implementation of education policies or misguided public policies in general?
Oh, could you repeat your question, Vaishnavi? Misguided policies, what? Didn't get it.
Do you think, yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible now. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So do you think that the current state of the education system is because of misguided public policies or because of the improper implementation of these policies?
I don't want to blame anyone for anything. It's our fault. Okay. So yeah, policies are wrong. Who makes the policies? We make the policies, right? It's a democracy. If you're talking of India, it's a democracy, right? So we make the policies. We should push the policymakers. Now there are 180 of you. How many of you would get down to write an email to the HRD Minister of India saying that this is my idea and this is how education should move? And unless you do that, we really shouldn't blame policymakers. It's our blame to share as well. Now, having said that, do policies need reform? Yes, of course they need it. Significant reform. I frankly, if you ask my view radically, and I'm pretty radical about it, I don't think 4-year engineering degrees make any sense now. I don't think you need 4-year degrees at all. You don't need 2-year MBAs at all. I mean, I think MBAs can be taught in 3 months and then go to industry, come back, learn another 3 months, and then come back and so on. And so is for engineering. The problem is that especially a technology curve, the curve is so steep now that what you learn in engineering first year, by the time you reach fourth year, is 87.5% of that is redundant. So everything which you learned in first year, almost 9 out of 10 things are useless by the time you go to fourth year. Now, not that you learn futuristic skills in first year, you still learn history, and that history gets further outdated. So the problem is we are not producing at a policy level or whatever else level you want to. We're not learning skills which are useful. I was hiring somebody recently, AI engineers, okay? And I'll tell you, artificial engineers with 2 years of work ex, you know what is the salary? And these are not even IIT engineers. These are like your A+ grade colleges. They can go up to, in India, salaries can go up to 80 lakhs to 1 crore per year. And these are like what, 25 year olds, right? But if you're good at it. But if you're not good at it, then the same engineer, if you're not good at it, you will not find a salary of 10 lakhs. So what's the difference? Did policy make a difference or did you make a difference, right? So it's not just about policy. You and I can try to change the policy, right? And right now at your age, probably your domain to shift the policy is very limited. Maybe in 10 years you can. Maybe you'll become a political leader. Maybe you'll become the HRD Minister of India. Maybe the Prime Minister of India. Who knows? And change this. But as of now, what can you do? That is important. Because that is what will affect you. Changing policy is a 10-year cycle. It will not affect you. You will be out of education system by then. You should worry about what can affect you right now. So good, think about policy. Write to the HRD Minister, but with a concrete idea. But at the same time, think of what can you do for yourself. Okay? I'm not asking you to be selfish. I'm asking you to also care for yourself. Okay? Because I want you to do well. Because when you do well, my country does well. And that's good for me. Right? So what we should do is that whatever you're doing, go beyond the syllabus. That requires extra effort. That's okay. And you should enjoy that part of the work rather than take it as a burden. Do original thinking, do projects. I have got students who are 8-year-olds and 10-year-olds who are right now, as we speak, looking for asteroids. Not a part of their course. This is not subscribed in any syllabus. The CBSE doesn't ask them to do it. There's no policy in any country which does it, but they do it because they believe that they should go beyond the books. And no policy will ever be designed which tells you to go beyond the books. Policies make books, and I am asking you to go beyond them, right? Now, having said that, if you ask me, is there a problem of implementation versus designing? Both, probably. It's a mix of both, right? So, and things are improving. Let's also be honest about that. But things are not improving at the speed at which they will affect you, and you should be bothered about it then, because things may get better in 10 years, but then you're out of it, right? So, isliye, what I want to do is also focus on yourself. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, next question.
So next, we have an interesting question in the chat box.
Which one? Whose question?
Sir.
It is mine. I'm Nimil Thura, and you can call me Chris, too easier for you. And so I'm very wondering in Myanmar education system. Since 2016, we have been reforming our education system. Like we have been updating our teaching methodologies and curriculum. But however, the teachers, they feel unmotivated to practice the new teaching methodology in the real classroom. So apart from the teaching methodologies, what kind of topics should be focused on those teacher trainees?
Okay, you're from Myanmar. Is it?
Yeah, Myanmar. Thank you.
Okay, so you're from where? Which city are you in? In Myanmar, which city are you in? Which city?
I'm from Mandalay.
Okay, Mandalay. Okay, great. Very historic place you are in. Huh? So, see, are you a teacher?
Yeah, I have been teaching for like 8 years and more.
See, I think it's a very, very important question. It's not just your part of the world, not just your country, but I think it's a global challenge. The biggest challenge comes from 3 or 4 things. I think there are factors to it. And your question, if I could just make it in a nutshell, there are 2 parts to your question. One is that, and to me, it's very critical. Why are teachers not motivated to teach? Not everybody is. Some teachers are really motivated. So let's be clear that a good fraction of teachers are extremely motivated to teach. Some are not. So let's focus on the some who are not. But let's not make a sweeping remark that teachers are not motivated, because they are. In the coronavirus crisis, on 15th of October, actually, we are doing an award function of great teachers who have done great work in teaching during the COVID crisis. I know teachers who have climbed trees to find network so that they could send WhatsApp to their kids of the lessons of the day. And they made those lessons using a simple mobile phone, a cheap mobile phone. And they did it, and they continued education. So we have great teachers, extremely motivated. Some of them are not. That is also true. Now, why are teachers not motivated? There are 2-3 things which motivate a person to work. One is teaching is a respectable job. In India, even your swimming teacher, my own swimming teacher, I call him sir. Okay, even at my age, I would call him a sir. That's cultural to us. Teachers are, extremely important in society. But there are other things which go on the other side. The problem is teachers are not stakeholders in the success of the students. I think, and that's a problem for us. The people who do well in life, do you go back and say that my primary school teacher taught me this, or my class 5 teacher taught me this lesson? We don't do that. We don't celebrate the success of teachers arising from their students. Okay. Now, I remember when Dr. Kalam and I, we wrote a book in 2015, a book called Reignited, and it sold about 200,000 copies. And it was a science book. And so what Dr. Kalam did was that he took a copy of that book and went to his class 12th physics teacher and said, "Sir, I've written a book on science. Please, if you could see it." And he was what? He was 83 years old. And the teacher was 97 or 90 or almost 100 years old, something like that, right? And he went and told his teacher that this is a book I've written. And said, "Please, could you review it and give me marks? How many marks will I get?" He's the president of India, goes to his teacher and says, "Give me marks on what I've done, because this is science, your subject." That is the level which we need to create in terms of the engagement with teachers. We need to create either online, could be digital, could be physical, could be a mix of both, where students and teachers could remain lifelong stakeholders. Okay, so we only say our latest teacher, my MBA teacher. No, but there are teachers who are in class 5 as well, who taught me great lessons, who shaped who I am, who enabled me to go wherever I did. But we do not celebrate that part of teaching. So teachers find it unmotivating. What if nobody acknowledges your good work? Then you feel unmotivated about it. Demotivation sets in, right? And in terms of assimilating great content, I think in many countries, not in India though, there is a system where teachers are regularly educated. A great teacher has to be a wonderful student first. So these teachers regularly update their material, their skills, their learning, their knowledge, and for each course which they do that way, they get some incentive. Now that could be financial, promotion, accolades, or whatever. You should have that. Once you have that, then teachers have an incentive to be continuous learners, because if you don't know something, how do you teach it? So teachers have to be constantly learning. Today, if you get into a government school as a teacher, you are going to teach thousands, tens of thousands of kids over your career. But if you get there once, there is nothing to update you. There's no midterm exam. There is no 5-year plan. There is no scheme to upgrade you. There is no investment in you. Now, some states have started in India, like the state of Delhi. But teachers need to be given concentrated programs to upgrade their skills. And there should be some value to do it, right? So that is very important. The fourth thing which I see, especially in India, is that sometimes teachers are engaged in things which are nothing to do with teaching. Okay. So for example, putting them on election duty, putting them on census counting, putting them on, any administrative work, just because it's a workforce, you shouldn't do that. Teachers should be allowed in their free time, they should be given work. That work should only be to upgrade their skills, and you should test them. Once you do that, then the teachers see a career. they become experts in what they teach. A teacher should be an expert in what they teach. His job or her job is not to go out and count people or count votes or count this, that, or ensure that people are moving in the right direction during an election rally. Not his or her job. That's no skill for a teacher. A teacher's skill should be just in the subjects that they teach, how they teach it, technology for that, and we must make investments in technology for that. I think every teacher should have a laptop in this country. The country should, instead of giving laptops, we are giving laptops from different schemes to youngsters. We should also give laptops for free to children, to teachers, so they can access internet and they could find great information and knowledge, and they could teach that to their kids. So all that stuff we need to do. So that investment is needed. And one must realize that it's the teachers, they are as big as soldiers and doctors, because soldiers protect you from the enemy outside. The doctors protect you from the enemy, the smaller enemy outside, and the teachers protect you from the enemy within you. Bad thoughts, superstitions, things which can harm you, self-harm, sadistic nature, the violence. If a good teacher can make non-violent citizens, then you will need less police. If a good teacher can teach young kids to remain healthy, you will spend less money in healthcare. If a good teacher teaches students to have great values, you'll have no criminals in society. If a good teacher teaches you how to earn your livelihood, then you will have less unemployment in your life, in your country. You don't have to spend money on that. Good teachers make wonderful soldiers, wonderful doctors, wonderful mothers who raise great kids, and your future is secure. So I think you have to look at teachers beyond a service. Teaching is not a service sector. It's not your sector. Like, it's not an economic sector of just service industry. No, it's not. It's bigger than that. It's nurturing. It's nurturing the young mind. And you can take that young mind in any direction. Ask a great scientist what their teachers taught them. Ask a criminal what does their teacher teach them. The difference of teacher would be clear. So a teacher decides everything. And you must value that. We need to value that. Okay. And document it. Make stories. Why not? I watch, whenever I go to Netflix, and there's so many documentaries. I don't find a documentary on great teachers. Why shouldn't somebody make documentary on wonderful teachers from across the world? Some of you are teachers. Why don't you guys make a documentary out of it? Now, we are trying to make something now on 15th of October, not for Netflix, but for our own consumption. We are having an award which will go across to the world. But why not we have a great series? Look at those wonderful movies that you're not an Indian, but in India, we had some great movies like that Super 30 person, the person who educates for JEE, my friend Anand Kumar. His movie came out on him. Like that, you should have great movies and great teachers. Then teaching should become an aspirational job. When a child is in school, they should say, what do I want to become? I want to become a great teacher, right? That day, the nation, the difference between, I go to children in India and ask them, what do you want to become? They say, we want to become an mostly IAS officer, okay? Or an engineer or a doctor. If I go to US, students will say, I want to become a businessman, or I want to join the military, okay? They want to join the military. See, in India, engineering and IAS and medical are the main things we do. This is our main industry. Okay, in US, army and business, main thing which they do. If you go to Finland, a lot of people will say, I want to become a teacher, because that is their best job. This is what they want to do. Most coveted job. Societies which have, when children decide to become something, then the best minds go in that career. How do we create an aspiration for children to become great teachers? That is the make or break difference. Today, it's not there. Today, in a class of 50, only 2 students will ask them, only when you say that, how many of you want to become teachers? 2 students will raise their hand. And other students will laugh at them. Why does that happen? Why should the other 48 laugh at 2 who want to become teachers? Is teaching so bad? It's not. The truth is, it's not even bad. It's a lucrative career. You get a good, stable income. You get a chance to learn. You get a chance to read. You get a chance to work with young little kids who are really, really cute. And yet, it's not considered an aspirational career. So I think that has to change. That must change. Today, you have this Baiju company. I don't know whether they like it or don't like it, doesn't matter. But it's named after a teacher. Baiju is a teacher. And it's named after him. And it's $1 billion company in India. It's the biggest, it is sponsoring Kaun Banega Crorepati, sponsoring the Indian cricket team, it is sponsoring, I don't know what not, everywhere I see their name. And it's named after a teacher. Baiju is a teacher himself. So that is the kind of aspiration we need to create. Teaching can be very lucrative, even if that is the case, but teaching has to be bigger than that. It has to be bigger. So that's, I think, we need to do. So great. Thank you for your time. And Varsha, may I take your leave?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time. And it's an honor for us to have you here. And we are really blessed to hear your words, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, without wasting much time, we would now move on to the next session. I would like to hand over the session to Sridevi. Sridevi, session is over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Varsha. Am I audible?
Yes, Sridevi.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. This is Sridevi Kes from Akanksha Charitable Trust. Once again, I extend a hearty welcome to you all. Also, without delaying further, let us move on to the next session. Now we have with us our next guest speaker, that is Ms. Kathleen Nagli from Helsinki, Finland. Before handing over the session to the guest speaker, I would like to introduce our guest speaker to the audience. Ms. Kathleen Nagli is currently the head of the International School of Helsinki, Finland. She is an award-winning school director of innovative leadership, pedagogy, and design practices. Recent keynotes have been on topics such as neuroscience of learning space and the power of disruption. She also consults national governments, startups, and serves as a commissioner for New England schools and colleges. Sir, is she on the session?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I extend a hearty welcome to you, ma'am, on behalf of the entire team. We all are very glad to have you on the session, and everybody is eagerly waiting to listen to your words, ma'am. Over to you. Also, here is a note for the delegates. As in the previous session, if you have any doubts, you can put it here in the chat box during the session. We will take the questions at the end. Thank you, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sridevi. It's my pleasure to be here today with all of you, and I've listened to the last speaker, and I echo, I think, some of the many things of wisdom that he shared with you already. Just to give you a little bit about my background, I'm originally from the US, and much of my teaching for the first 20 years that I taught was in poor and urban areas of the US, where there were very few resources, and students who came from backgrounds of hardship. And during that time, I learned a lot about teaching and how do you connect to young people and how do you create an environment in which they can thrive, even when the community that they come from may have been a struggle. Today, I do work in a school that has all the resources and all the things to lead in the future of learning. But I always go back to my roots of teaching, because what worked in those places around the world work in every place, I believe. And I think the key to all of this is how we look at the learner, the student. And my talk today is about the future of education. And what I've been saying in education, I've been saying for the last 30 years, really. The last 30 years, my message has been that we must honor the student. We must honor those of you who are in the audience, that we can see your capabilities and your potential from the earliest of ages. And here in Finland, that sort of thinking already starts with 3- and 4-year-olds, that they have a voice and a choice in their educational methods, that they are spoken to with a level of respect that you don't see in many places in the world. And it's the idea that each of us in our own developmental stages have opportunities to show ourselves and to give opinions about what is important to us. So today I want to talk about what I think are the 4 things that are necessary in a great school and in the way that education needs to turn towards. For the past 100 years, much of education has been about producing students like factory workers, where we try to stuff their brains with as much content information as we could. And then we tested those on that ability to hold that information. Those who could hold a lot of information were successful, and those who had different strengths were not seen as those with the greatest of potential. And to me, that's been a huge mistake on the planet for over 100 years. And I believe there are four things we need to think about when we're educating young people. So I outlined these 4, and then I'll try to talk about them. I will also try to point to what I think is coming next in terms of technology and the future of education. And then I welcome all of your questions. So I think the 4 things that are necessary in great education is the ideas of well-being, autonomy, connection, and belonging. And I'll go through each of these and what I mean about each and how it plays out in education. Let me start first with well-being. Most of you know, and many of you who are in this audience have understandably know that the past 18 months has been a time of suffering for the world's children and for the world's students, no matter what your age is. We have a well-being crisis based on the way that we've been removed from social contact from others, the isolation, suffering of those people who have grief and loss, and the inability to move through our lives in ways that we had expected them to work. Well-being has various levels in a school. It has to do with us understanding that there is no real learning unless the learner feels themselves to be in a mental state of well-being. Great learning happens when in the neuroscience of learning, when your emotional stability allows for creativity to thrive. When you're under high stress, when you feel threatened, that part of your brain closes off. And even your ability to lay memories over the various pathways of your brain become blunted or stifled. Only when you feel good within yourself can you truly learn. And a school needs to think about this from the earliest age and the developmental age of their learners. So what that means for a 3-year-old is that school needs to feel like a transition from home to school, and that they see the signs and the design of the school that honors that transition of what it was like to be with their parents to moving into a system where it feels like this crossover between home and school. And as a student gets older, the transition happens that we want to respect that you're building your own self of your own self and your own identity. And by the time we get to university, we're looking at ways that we are helping you think through what the big steps into the world of work might look like, and how you interact as a full-fledged adult. Well-being today also includes digital well-being. And there was a time when we used to talk about digital life being separate from regular life. And as we can see today, that divide is no longer clear. We live in a digital world as much as we're living, or maybe even more so at times, than what we might have considered the real world. To me, these are all part of a continuous spectrum of our days now. Digital well-being used to be thought about cybersecurity and the safety of young people. But today, I believe digital well-being is about for us to navigate the world that we're in right now and learning how to take care of ourselves, learning how to understand the effects of social media, as the last speaker was discussing as well. How do we self-manage that? We as adults are really bad at that as well. This is not a problem that the youth just have, because there's been many studies that show that many adults spend actually more hours on the internet than their own children. So this digital well-being changes very quickly at the moment. We can see that as we have increased the use of social media, the way we've increased the use of digitalization, our well-being has decreased. So that crisis has to be addressed. So this technology is not going away, but how do we manage that better? And part of the life of a school is helping us think through that and try new things and consider what that might be for children. So when we think about educating young people, we have to speak to their world, not to a world that we grew up in. I graduated from high school 35 years ago, and that was a completely different world than the world of my young people that I deal with every day at my school. And I have students from the age of 3 to 19. And I understand that I need to see and hear and understand what they're feeling and how they're experiencing it. And that hopefully I have some wisdom to help them guide through these crisis points in their life. And also helping them learn how to seek joy and compassion for others. So that's, I think, is the first point. And that foundation in a school of well-being has to be a filter, a lens that has to look at everything we do in a school. I'm working on building a new building where I'm at the moment. I'm already thinking about how the design, the physical design, the seating, the walls, the textures, how will that enhance well-being for my students? I just renovated my library and I made it look like a beautiful cafe so that when they go to it, they feel that, what it means to, when you're 7 or 8 years old, it means to feel grown up and to be an intellectual and talk to your friends about important things. I'm looking at the neurodiversity issues in my school. What lighting helps those who are neurodiverse? What kind of spaces give them quiet places to relax their brain when necessary, or for all of us when to relax our brain? The funny thing about young people, when you ask them, you can go anywhere in the classroom and read a book. And where do they go? They often go underneath their desks, because we as humans love to be ensconced with soft spaces around us, to have some kind of protection while looking out. So that's part of the design of what I'm looking as well. Well-being is a lens. It's not a class on, you're going to like a PE class and a health class. It's a way of being in a school and how you design and purchase and think about all the things that happen in school, all the curriculum. That's the first piece. The second thing I want to talk to you about is autonomy. And this forum is a great example of that. Autonomy is this idea that you, again, have a voice and a choice in what you do, what you're learning, what your passions are, and how you follow that path. So if we were talking about revolution in a history class, then it's not my job to impose, we're going to study the following revolutions, but I would rather that we talk about revolution as a concept. And then you choose which revolution do you want to kind of do a deep dive in and really learn from, and then be able to reflect upon, are there trends in revolutions? And as you look at another revolution that your friend might be discussing, you can think, here are the cross points. These are some of the aspects that we see of human nature when things are overturned and overthrown. Autonomy in learning can happen at the youngest of ages. And in Finland, this does happen, even like I said, a 3 and 4-year-old, we give them choices. Would you like to do this? Would you like to do that? Just having a simple choice of this or that at the youngest of age builds your sense of self. It builds your self-management. It builds what we call self-efficacy, the ability for you to pursue a goal on your own independently and follow through and feel good about that. Autonomy is a way of teaching. So instead of a teacher, again, trying to dump lots of information on a child, which, as the last speakers noted, is in Wikipedia anyway, what instead that we do a provocation, get you excited about things, and then allow you to go off and do things, sometimes in groups, sometimes by yourself, and sometimes a combination of this, that you feel you own it. This is important to you. You're going down a path and you're finding what is important to you. And to be a lifelong learner is somebody who has autonomy. It's the person who says, hey, I'm interested in learning how to make chana masala, for example. And you get on YouTube and you watch a whole bunch of different people talk about it, and you try it and you try something else. Autonomy is saying, I have the ability to learn something on my own. I have the ability to find information, to go get a teacher, go get some help in this learning, to pursue a goal, to start a business, to be creative in your own thoughts, to be creative as an artist. That all takes autonomy. If you're waiting for someone the rest of your life to tell you what to do, you're always going to find people who want to do that for you. You'll find, your auntie, you'll find your next door neighbor. Everyone else has an opinion on what you should be doing. But how wonderful it is when it's your view of what you want to do next. Autonomy is a state of mind, and we want to build that in school. And the only way we can build that is have practice. I often have students who come to my school from around the world. I have over 45 different nationalities. And sometimes they come from very, very traditional systems. And when we give them this first choice, you have the choice to do this, that, or the other. They might ask, but which is the best choice? Or which choice might give me the best grade? And we pull back from that and say, no, that's not how it works here. We want you to do the thing that speaks to your own heart, because then you'll remember it. Then it becomes meaningful to you. And I can even look back on my own time as a child, when that little tiny bit of autonomy was given to me, which was very limited, that I remember what I learned. I remember in 5th grade, I had to do a report on endangered species, and I could pick what I wanted. And it was on the blue whale. And I can still tell you much about the blue whale, even though I learned that 40 years ago. So this is this idea of autonomy. And when we look at world curriculum, there are many people saying you need to know the following things. And many of those things are based on political agendas. They're based on what they might have learned. It's based on a lot of chatter. But what's important for you to learn is the right skills that allow you to learn how to learn. And that's what the modern school needs about. Have you learned the skills to do this, to be a lifelong learner? Because then you're going to find joy in learning. Your curiosity will stay with you the rest of your life. Although I'm 52 years old now, I'm still anxious and interested to learn new things. And my son, for example, who's 15, he likes to explore things like 3D animation. And he teaches me. I'm ready to be his student and understand what he's doing, because I'm curious about it, because he's curious about it. And we can do this together. And as the last speaker spoke about this relationship between teacher and student, sometimes these roles reverse. And how wonderful that is. When I was first introducing computers to the classroom 20-some years ago, it was me and the kids. We did it together. We sat side by side and we said, I don't know, should we hit next? I don't know, let's try it out and see what happens. And that's the beauty and joy of teaching and learning, that when those hierarchies can disappear and that we're on this journey together. So that was my second point, autonomy. Third one I want to talk about is connection. Connection to us is not only just about social connection to the world, but connection to meaningful things in the world. Do you have curriculum that you feel that is relevant to the society today? If you're in 10th grade somewhere, anywhere in the world, are you talking about the things that are happening? We're in a climate crisis. We are in a pandemic. We are, looking at the political extremes that are happening around the world that are interactions of some of these pieces. Is that happening in your class? Are you talking about it? Or are you talking about medieval history in a country that you've never visited? And so much of schools are a disconnect. Is the school ready to adjust and saying, hey, what is important right now to my community? What is happening in the town that you're living in, the city where you are right now? What is the hot topics? What's important? What do I want to learn about? And am I doing something that makes a difference? And that's something that we also teach at my school. We don't want to do anything that doesn't have meaning, that's not important to that learner right now and to the world, but we want to take action on it. And we have a beautiful vision at our school that we say we want to empower, inspire one another to take thoughtful action. Connection is saying, I have some skills, I have some strength, and people need me. And I have the confidence in myself that I have someone I can help. Sometimes in our school, that's a 8th grader going down to a 3rd grade class and reading a book to a child. Sometimes that's you walking, your neighbor's dog. Sometimes it's you starting a startup business when you're 18 years old that changes your community. Connection gives us meaning to our lives. And for someone this is my 30th year as an educator, and the joy I've had in my life is because I have done things with young people where I felt that it was meaningful, that we created worlds in which that we encouraged each other, we took care of each other, we loved each other, and we moved forward together. And that is my life story, because I've had meaning. But you shouldn't have to wait until you're 20 years old. Why can't that happen when you're 4 years old or 17 years old? It should be part of that curriculum. And if it's not, then students around the world need to say, what are we doing? Why am I studying this? The world needs action. I'm ready to take action on my community. So this is this idea of connection. And when your passion is connected with meaningful work, then your life has a level of satisfaction and joy that you're not going to get from just taking care of your own needs all the time. It's easy to play the video game for 4 hours, or to doom scroll the internet. But if you want real satisfaction, it's when you do something that makes you feel like my day was worthwhile. I helped somebody or helped many people. The last thing I want to talk about is belonging. When we join a school or any community, we want to find a place where people recognize our own identity and cherish that identity and champion that identity. And the intersectionality of identities have many forms. Part of your identity can be where you come from. It can be your skin color. It can be the languages you speak. It can be your sexual identity, your gender expression. It can be your class and level of privilege. All of these things make up the wonderful you. But are you in a community where that's recognized, where they say, I love you for being you, and I don't want to change you. I'm not going to judge any of those pieces of your identity. I'm going to let you be the person that you are. So at our school, for example, we want it to be welcoming for all those with different genders, for example. And so we have single-use bathrooms at our school, and instead of it saying male or female or boys and girls, it just says toilet. And that little sign says a whole lot to a kid who's somewhere in between, maybe a non-binary student or a trans student. Are you helping those who might have physical disabilities in your community, where there's transportation to your school, there's entryways, there are things that are thought through that allow you to physically get around, and that you feel that it's not a barrier to your learning? Are you in a community in which your background does not have you suffer in your ability to succeed? Systemic racism is a fact around the world. Unless we are addressing it and taking it full on, then we're going nowhere on this planet. It is the root of so much of the world's issues and problems. School needs to be a place to stop spreading social norms that hurt others. And this is the sad part. Racism is passed on through schooling, through the home and through society. This is a major triangle. And if school is not taking a step forward and saying that you are allowed to be you do you, and really believe in that, and really support that, and really believe in equity to remove barriers that are stopping you from going to the place you wanted to go to, then we have failed. We have failed as educators. And much of the world's education is not daring enough to say that we're going to tackle these issues, that we'll pretend. And I'm in an international school, and sometimes we'll parade all the different flags of the different nationalities in our school. But is that represented in the people you see and those who hold power and position in the school? So is it a sham? Is it just window dressing? Or are we really saying, hey, we all need to work on this? And this is something that I think is incredibly important. Belonging allows you to feel that you can learn to your best level. There's nothing like being in collaboration with somebody who sees you as someone special, and that someone that it can contribute, and that you have strengths that are powerful in the group, and that you're accepted. Any of those of you in the audience, and most of us at some point in our life have experienced moments of bullying or moments of when you were othered in some way. If you can tap into that and realize all the things that made you suffer because of that. And we got to think about how we take that away in schools. And this is a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge for educators, because many of us don't recognize all the biases that we still hold that are so unconscious and have been trained by society and by our families and by schools. I believe in a school of the future that's of radical compassion, that really sees the true you. And to me, that's when we have great learning happen. That's when we have the next Albert Einstein think through about the world's problems. And he himself dropped out of school quite young because they couldn't see his own potential. They saw him as a child that didn't learn very well. And how sad that Albert Einstein wasn't able to finish school because of that. So these are my main messages to you. I want to say that I honor this organization that is putting this on, that puts you at the center, you, the students, because you are the change makers. My time will come to step down soon enough, and I want the wonderful people in this audience to make the next steps toward what needs to happen in the world of education and in society itself. Now I welcome questions from the audience.
Thank you so much for the interesting session, ma'am. We already have a question in the chat box here. The first question goes like, how do you transition teachers from the traditional way of teaching to this type of teaching?
Well, I think it begins with empathy. Many teachers learn methods based on what they learned themselves, and they themselves see that was successful. So it's really hard to convince somebody that feels that they're a successful person, and that therefore what they learned and how they learned wouldn't make you successful. So I think the first part is breaking through with finding ways of empathy into the values of the teacher. And to me, that's where it first comes from. So you have to have compassion for the teacher who is often overworked, who doesn't have time or hasn't been given space and time to think through new ideas, to have the training, to have the opportunities. So when I think of the learner at our school, that's the teacher as well. And we talk about this often, that we are learners and that we have to unlearn to learn. And so a lot of this is about messaging of the culture of your school, that coming in and saying that we know that you're doing meaningful work and that you're committed to this work. And all of us need to adapt to the change that's happening. We want to give you the time and space in your schedule for that to happen. So for example, if I give some training at school sometimes, that I will give them a, a substitute for their class, so they have time to deep dive in their learning. So much of it is about building a culture, and building a culture in the school begins with the leader. The leader has to show that and has to be a model to that. And that's something I'm very conscious of, that if I believe the teachers are not learning and unlearning, then I've not shown that well enough. I need to show them that I'm committed to that as well, and that I'm in it with them. And sometimes this is me doing a training with them where like, oh no, this is confusing too. I don't know what's happening. And building empathy that we all can learn. And most teachers have a good heart, but many of them learn methods about teaching that are really about crowd control. And it's about power sometimes. And the messages I give in my school is that I want to reduce power structures in my school. And people see me model that by the way I talk to students, that the way that I invite them into my office. And when a student comes into my office, I treat them like an honored guest. I will ask them if they'd like a cup of tea and have them sit on the sofa and talk to me. So it's these sorts of things where I'm showing others what that might look like. And that takes time. It takes time in school. This is not an instant thing, but being a leader carries great responsibilities of modeling to others. Another question, maybe.
Thank you for answering that, ma'am. Next question is from Dania Javed. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. The question goes like, how can we connect well with the students who are coming to the background of having ignorant parents? They are coming up to us with a lot of personality issues and behavioral problems. How to take care of their well-being, how to make them feel autonomous, and how to develop a sense of belonging in them?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. And actually, when I taught in New Mexico and in California, some of my students and some of my speciality was dealing with what we called at-risk students. I had students who had been in prison, and students with severe behavior disorders, and students who had lost hope in school and did not want to be there. And I think the first part is connecting to their lives and finding what speaks to them and having them know that you are a safe place for them and for their vulnerabilities. Students who come in with aggression or with great mental health issues need to find this first. And I believe sometimes we move too fast to our topics that we teach. So I used to be a history teacher and an English teacher. So am I spending the first week of school building the team, building that sense of belonging and well-being, giving them messages that I see them as having great potential? Much of, a child who has very poor behavior management, there's a variety of reasons for that. And it's understanding that child individually and seeing that kid for who they are. And hopefully you become that person who makes the difference in their life. All of us usually have one person that we think about when we're older. It's like, that person changed me. They saw me when no one else saw me. So this is about, I think, first classroom environment. When I taught, like I said, the very poor, sometimes, and students who came from really a lot of hardship. We started the year with a lot of stable environment kind of techniques. And that meant that things happen in the same way every day. So things were predictable. For many of those students, life is unpredictable, and their parents may be unpredictable in their responses. So when they came into my classroom, we always did the things in the same way, and we'd laugh about it. I'd talk about how they used to have to put their name on the paper, and I'd say it every day. Like, on the top of the paper, you're going to put your last name first, and then your first name, and then the date, and whatever it was on my list. And I said that on the first day of school, and I'd say that on the last day of school, because when a child comes from an unstable background, school has to be highly stable. Also to do with my personality as well. I need to be present with them. I need to be positive with them every single day. And that is hard to manage our own emotions as adults. And that's one of the biggest lessons of my life as a teacher, about how do I bring that. That's my, if you were a basketball player on a professional team, you got to bring it to the game. And bringing it to the game as a teacher every day is meeting that student for who they are and seeing where they're at, asking them about themselves, finding out what their passions are, trying to connect to them some way. But being that stable person who's kind, I think makes a world of difference. And sometimes there's little things that you can do that help that. I sometimes had students who were hungry, so I always had a loaf of bread and peanut butter. It's very American in my classroom. And a student who was hungry, we'd make a sandwich. And it's these things to think about. How am I creating a home environment at school when home is dangerous? You're creating a new home for them to see.
Yeah, thank you so much for answering that, ma'am. We have a question from Mohammad Omen. How can students know how to take of themselves when it comes to digital well-being or using the internet? Because there are so many students who use the internet and don't know the effects.
Yeah, it's really hard. And I think this too is about sharing stories about when it becomes too much and what happens when it becomes too much. It's very easy for us to disengage by looking down at the phone. So, how are you practicing in different environments that you're not reaching for that? It's been interesting for me in the last 15 years. It used to be I go to business meetings and everyone that was there was present, like I was just talking about being a teacher. And then as the years passed, I would see that some people would have their phone out and be texting in the middle of a prime minister's speech right in front of us, or they would be off in the corner looking at their phone, checking their email. So this is about teaching about why we need to engage with each other and how that, sometimes about this, just the health benefits of when you're with somebody, again, which we understand with COVID. Also that we need to role model this. And I can say I'm not always good at this, and me expressing that to others, saying, hey, last night I went home, I had a lot of things to do, but instead I watched Netflix for 2 hours. Students can relate to that. They can relate that, oh no, I deep dived in YouTube for half the day on the weekend and I didn't get to what I wanted to get to. So I think it's us teaching each other, because we're all lost at the moment. So I don't know too many of us who really got it together. Thank you. Next question, maybe. I don't know how much more time we have too. You let me know. Sure, Devi.
Yes, ma'am. We have a question from Muhammad Ashik. What will be the future schooling system, since we are approaching towards the online platforms, or in some cases blended or mixed method? Would it be a threat for the children to become more vulnerable in terms of digital well-being?
Yeah, I think it's inevitable that some kind of hybrid approach will continue, because sometimes it's useful and sometimes it's helpful. But little bit, I think too much internet is too much. And restricting students from technology is also too much, because we already know that most major corporations are saying to their workers that remote work might be here to stay. So this trend is not going to disappear. So like everything else in education, I gotta figure out what works well and help teach that to young people. I think the future school will have, depending on the age, I think for young people, the youngest of learners, say 3 to 12, I think that will be in contact if possible, of course, depending on wars and pandemics. But for older learners, I think there's going to be a mixed approach. I think we'll see less days fully at school, and that those days are about social connection and team building, and having a meeting because the meeting was necessary. And that some of the learning can happen in other contexts. So that's what I think is happening. And I'm also involved with HP Hewlett Packard on, I received a grant recently on the use of VR, virtual reality. And highly immersive VR is going to create a third space for us where we put on the goggles and you put in the goggles in India and it feels like we're in the same place together and that we'll be able to do things together. So that's happening already now. And we're just at the start of that. So I think we'll be seeing this technology one day, maybe 10 years from now, like, oh, look how we have these stupid goggles on our heads. And now we have, I don't know, something else. We have a little chip next to our head or something. I think the world of technology will continue to change rapidly. I think quantum computing is going to change the speed of all of this and the nature of it. I think AI is going to have a huge influence on how children learn, because it will help target gaps possibly in a student. If you're, I imagine, I tell people, I imagine, for example, a reading program that would identify a child maybe with dyslexia, where it would understand the gaze of the child and how they're missing certain words, and maybe bring those words back up so the child can reread them. So I think we're going to see this intersection of technology and education continue to go forward, but our human selves has to be honored, and our human selves and our viability in the future of work is based on our ability to lead and to have creativity and have curiosity. Those are the people that will be highly successful. And the middle manager people, many of those jobs are going to disappear. So those skills I was talking about to learn and unlearn, incredibly important for everyone. So this is why that's so important to teach at a young age. It's going to move very, very quickly. And we have to prepare ourselves and our young people for it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for answering that, ma'am. We already have so many questions here in the chat box, but due to time constraints, we'll be taking only one last question.
Okay.
Here it goes. It is from Mr. Bashir Mustafa Yusuf from Nigeria. Question says, I'm a class teacher by profession, youth activist, peace ambassador. My question is, how can we improve campaigns on sustainable development goals, SDGs, among the pupils in the schools?
Yeah, I think the SDG goals are incredibly important for all of us, the whole planet. So although it's just a list of 17 ideas, these are ideas that will transform who we are and allow us to continue on as humans on the planet. One of the things that we're doing is that we're looking through the SDG goals through all of our curriculum from preschool all the way to grade 12. So it's incorporated throughout our curriculum, and our students pursue interest in that. So for example, in 5th grade, we have students who do a exhibition of something that they were interested in and learning about and provide service towards, but all of them must identify at least one SDG goal and help learn about that and understand it. So to me, I think the work you're doing where you're saying, how do we do this? I think how we do it is that we do it. And that means that we have to challenge the curriculum that is being taught in any school around the world at the moment. If those topics are not happening, we're failing the young people of the world. We're failing what happens next. And I know what I say is often very radical to school leaders and to countries, but the curricular model that we've been using for the last 50 years is not serving the needs of our students. Most of the world is still doing very, very traditional methods and are not doing the work to better the planet. And, we just look, for example, the SDG goal around gender and about girls' education. We're nowhere near having equity or equality between men and women in the future at the moment. How sad is that? How sad that in 2021, we're talking about the next 100 years still working on this issue, that a girl does not get the same rights and the same education as a boy. We have to challenge this as a society. For those are these, we have young people in this audience. This is your challenge. This is your challenge with me. How do we fight this? Let's fight it. Let's not just talk about it. Let's make things happen. We all have power to change our communities. And maybe it just starts with the school you're in. Maybe it just starts in your classroom if you're a teacher. Maybe it just starts in your family and the way you practice things. Maybe it starts as you as a parent of how you teach your children. But this is our obligation to the future of the world. And the SDG goals are just not a list of random items. It's the most important things for us to be doing. I want to thank everyone for having me today, and I hope that you had a chance to enjoy some of the things I was talking about. And like I said, I honor and adore my students, and I think the work that you're doing, just even listening to this conference today, shows your commitment to the change that needs to happen. And I think that is beautiful work, and I thank you so much.
Thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable time. And it was our honor to have you on the session. I hope all the delegates have got a very good informative session from this. Also, I'm really sorry for all the delegates if your questions has not been picked up. We'll try to get your questions answered by the respective speakers. Once again, I would like to thank you, ma'am, wholeheartedly on behalf of the entire team.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Everyone have a wonderful evening or wherever you are in the world.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So delegates, we have a fun session for you all. This will be handled by Varsha Shetty. So Varsha Shetty, over to you.
Thank you, Sridevi. Okay, without wasting much time, I know you all delegates are a little tired listening. So now we have a little brainstorming session. I would just take 5 minutes for this. So now I will share my screen and we will have a round of Pictionary. So for those of you who don't know what is Pictionary, a series of words will be put up, and then you will have to join these, series of images will be put up, and then you will have to join these images and guess the names of whatever is mentioned so far. So I hope you all are ready. And how can you tell me the answer? By putting up in the chat box. I request everybody to mute yourself, and if you get the answer right, please put up in the chat box. Okay, so shall we begin? Okay, so the first question is, guess this SDG by its symbols. Come on. Okay, we already have the answer. So quick. Right. So yes, it's right. It's gender equality. I think Sophia and Namita, Faiz have already answered. So right, the answer is gender equality. Okay, so our next question. Yes, it's SDG 5, gender equality. Okay, guess the city. Yeah, we have one answer from Ahalya. Alifia too. Yes, Faiz, Vaishnavi, Shubhanga. Right. So the city is Manhattan, one of the populated cities in New York. So yeah, you guys are right. It's Manhattan. Okay. So guess this word. We often use this word, while talking about something. So guess this word. Brilliant. Okay, we have answers popping up. Yes, that's a right answer. That's drawback. Cool. Okay, so next question is, guess this SDG again. Yeah, right. That's zero hunger. We have, we have very quick answers. So I don't even have the time to, ask the question. Great. So yes, that's right. Zero hunger is the second SDG out of the 17 SDGs. Okay. So next question is, guess this movie. Guess this movie, right? Yeah, exactly. So this movie, Life of Pi, It is also the winner of Man Booker Prize too. Okay, so next question, guess this country. This must be easy. Not really, Rami. Not Spain. Okay. Okay, we are getting varieties of answers now. Right, so let's see what's the right answer is. It's India. It's in, and this is, she's the artist from Sri Lanka, D, and yeah, so India. Okay, guess this organ in our body. This must be the easiest. Right. Shannon got it right. Nicole, Onelio, Rami. Yes, you all are right. It's pancreas. Okay. Again, guess this SDG. You're very close. Nuwagaba, you're very close. Yeah, I think Nusrat and Danny. No, Nusrat told the answer. Not climate change. It's life on land, right? So it's life on land. 15th SDG, right? Okay. So the last question and the most easiest one. I need the answers right now. He's the greatest English writer and greatest English poet. Right. So that's William Shakespeare. Thank you so much for being a part of this activity. Now we should rush to the next session. I over the session to Nitin to host it. Nitin, the session is over to you.
Thank you, Varsha, and good evening and welcome back. Hope you guys had a great fun in the activity. You guys are crazy because now we can see that your speed typing skills and all. Moving forward, I am Nitin Kumar, hosting this session as a part of GoES 2021. On behalf of Akanksha Charitable Trust, it's my pleasure to extend a special welcome to our guest speaker, Mr. Saiham Hussain. Welcome you, sir. And also, I would like to welcome all the delegates and ACT members present over here. Welcome you all. Now I find my immense pleasure in introducing our honorable speaker, Mr. Saiham Hussain. He is a 21-year-old student as well as an entrepreneur from Bangladesh and also the founder and CEO of Connect Japan. Currently, he is pursuing a dual degree at Ritsumeikan University, Japan and the Australian National University. He spent his entire childhood in the backwaters of Uttara Dhaka and also completed his O-levels from Bangladesh International Tutorials and A-level from Don Bosco School and College. After his O-levels, he found difficulty to study abroad due to lack of information. He soon solved the problem and realized that the education curriculum of the Bangladesh does not provide the necessary skill to study abroad. With the aim to make the entire application process easier, he started a platform and started to mentor students online. Throughout this time, the interest of the students exceeded his expectation and eventually Connect Japan was born. Now he is a voice of 1.2 million youth, global youth ambassador, as well as an influencer. He could help over 1 lakh students to study abroad and also 2 lakh life touched. So it's time to hear the motivation words from him. Over to you, Saiham.
Thank you, Nitin. Thanks a lot for this great introduction. Hi, everyone. It's my absolute pleasure and privilege to be speaking here today. I know I joined during the last activity, and it was really fun. I was trying to play along as well. And it was really smart to see how everyone was really active. And they, for me, I couldn't answer any of them. And it took me so much time. So I always tell, I'm not very good in these games and everything. But yeah, I think I'd like to speak about just a few things today, So as Nathan just said, I work with a lot of students from around the world. Basically, we help students to go abroad for higher education. And ever since this pandemic happened, we saw a big change in the students' mentality in overall education. So, before the pandemic, education was very easy. We used to think that we used to go to the school, college, university, and we used to study, right? But ever since this, Corona, since this COVID-19, this shift to online education really had a very big impact on everyone. And often we at Connect Japan, we heard a lot of, students like pain, and a lot of students came to us saying that, Sahamba, how can we really adjust to this online setting? Maybe you're from India, or maybe you're from Nepal, and your university is in the United States or in Canada. How can you really stand out? How can you make your professor remember you? Because it's very hard online. If any of you are doing classes, you would know that it's very difficult to have your professor's attention. It's very difficult to stand out in the online setting. So at Connect Japan, we also thought about this thing, especially for our students that we send abroad. How can they really excel in this online education? And this is something that I'd like to share today with you guys, like how you can really stand out in this online education era. So I think in 2015, around 2015, a study was done by, I think, University of Michigan. I forgot the exact university's name. And this interviewed around 1,000 professors in the United States. And they questioned the professor that who are the most remembered students in your lifetime? Like, you've been teaching for all your life. Which student do you remember the most? Can anyone type the answer? Who do you think it was? Like, who are the top students that professors remember? Is it like the very, the top nerds who get all the good marks? Is it like, maybe a couple in the class? Like, who do you think the professor remembered the most in a class? Survey. The very active ones. Then someone with the naughty ones, most interactive ones. So yeah, I mean, kind of similar. The loud one. Okay. See, things like the naughty one, the loud one, or the interactive ones, the backbenchers. Okay, brainstormers, students with special needs and who have overcome obstacles, students who interact with them the most. Okay, so yeah, I mean, answers similar to this. So in the survey, it was actually shown that around 42% students who were like the top, the best of the best in the class, were like the top students, the first benchers who answered the questions, were very interactive. Teachers remembered them the most. Then I think it was around 41% or 40% for the students, not who were like the second best, or not the students who were also very, very good. Not everyone in the class is the best, right? But there are good students as well. A lot of good students in the class. Best is like a very few portion, but good is a lot. But teachers, surprisingly, do not really remember these good students. They remember that top students, and then someone with the backbench, the very last students. In fact, the naughty ones, the students who made maybe a problem. And that was very surprising to us. The teachers only remember the very first ones and the very last ones, and not really the middle ones. So, and in further investigation for this interview, when they asked the professor, like, why do you remember the backbench, or why do you remember these students who are at the very back? And the answer really surprised us. The answer was that most of the professors replied that they left a memory behind them. And I thought, when I first read this thing, it struck me. Like, if we think about any of our teachers, if I think about my teacher, whenever someone asks you, like, who is your favorite teacher, you'll probably say that, like, I have this very good teacher. We all have that inspirational teacher. We'll all love doing their classes, right? You say that, I love that teacher. He's really inspired me. I was failing in maths, and then he made me like a math guru and something like that. We all have that inspirational teacher, but you'll see that you always often talk about the teacher we really did not like whose face we could not stand. If you see his or her face, we will go and wash our face or something like that. There will always be a teacher like that in every one of our lives, and that's how the human mind is made. So similarly for teachers, it was like that. They loved those top students who were very good, but they also loved those, remembered the students who were not very good, who did something in the class. So my advice for all the students out there, that who are especially doing online classes, that make yourself remembered. Do not be those middle 50% of the students. It's very hard to be remembered, over there. So you can either be very good or be very bad. I do not recommend you being very bad, but try to do something to be remembered. Do not just be lost in the crowd. So speaking in terms of education, one thing that I am a very advocate of, is outside of education, university life, often students would come to Connect Japan. They would ask about, university studies and everything. But they often forget one thing about education, that education is not just about books. It's not just about study. We often forget something that is very important about education, that is very important about university as well. So if I ask you a question right now, could you please raise your hand for the people, like if you asked, if you're in trouble, like at 2 a.m. at the night, do you really have one friend or a couple of friends that you can call at 2 a.m. at the night for any problem? They would be there. Or you can write in the chat, like how many of you have that, you are absolutely sure, whether you're in wherever you are, but if you have that, if you're in trouble at 2 a.m. and that friend will come. So some of them I have 3. Okay, someone have 3, someone has 2. So okay, so someone would know. It's very, someone has 5. Yes, maybe. See this term maybe is very, very not surprising. It's very difficult. You shouldn't have a maybe in this option. If you're not absolutely sure that you have that friend who can come at 2 a.m. at the night, not for partying, of course, for if you're in trouble, if you're really in trouble and if you really need someone, if you're not sure, you really need to rethink. You really need to rethink about your friend circle. And I often say this to a lot of our students, that in university life, especially in the 4 years of your education, if you really can't make those 2 or 3 good, if you think that you can't make those really 2 or 3 good friends who will come at 2 a.m. at the night if you're in a deep trouble, then just change your university. Doesn't matter if you're studying in Harvard or Cornell or Stanford, or doesn't matter. University life is not just about books and studies and everything. It's about making those lifelong connections. It's about making those friends who would come to you and help you at 2 a.m. if you're in deep, deep trouble. And keep a note of that. Don't just be that selfish friend who just takes help, So obviously you should help them as well. But it's very important to have that, to know that and to recognize that, to have that connection. If you're in your 2nd year of university, and if you're in a 3rd year of university, or if you're just starting your university, take a moment and think about whether you really could make those lifelong connection. And if you think that you have failed or you're not sure, if it's a miss, it's still a maybe, rethink, start something brand new. You don't have to know someone for 15 years to make them your best friend. Sometimes small instances, small incidents really show how a person is. But it is very important that during those 4 years of your education that you find your true friends are. So lastly, one more thing that I would like to speak about when I speak about education is about family. And I'm someone who's very close to my family, but I wasn't always like this, especially during, I think, my high school life and everything. I was something like, I used to be in my room. I got my phone for the first time. I used to shut the door and, stay on my phone or something like that. But as time went by, I felt the importance of, having a very supportive family. So what is the first thing that we usually do when we do something good or when we achieve something? Like, maybe we did good on a test, or maybe we won something. We usually become very happy. We maybe sometimes tell it on social media, right? But what do we do when we fail at something? Just take a moment and think. What do you do when you really fail at something? Like, you may fail the test, or you may be what should I say? You just failed at something. What do we usually do? Like when we are like very failed. Some of us, someone would cry. Yeah, this is very, very true. Keep it to ourselves. Talk to my friend, get depressed, self-criticize. Yeah, these are some of the terms, right? This is what you usually do. Whenever we think about failure, these are the terms that most, I stay alone, away from people. I look down on myself. True. These are the terms that, usually we think about when you think about failure. That if I talk about myself, and like 3 years back, I used to be like that. I used to be very sad. Then I close the door, sit in a corner and just think, I failed at this thing. But have we ever, thought that in our successes, we share it with our family, or we tell it to our family, but during our failures, we often hide it from them, or we often don't tell them. Whereas it should be the opposite. It is during the failures where we need to talk to our family. It is during the failures where we need to share about those things. So let me tell you a very short story of what happened. I think it was around 2017 or 18. And I got this very good job offer. And I was supposed to leave for that job for 10 days, I think. My luggages were packed and my flight was booked and everything. I got this very good internship opportunity. And suddenly, I think 2 days before my flight, my internship got canceled due to some unavoidable reasons. And I was heartbroken. I sacrificed a lot for this internship, and it was a very big company. And I remember, I worked so many nights and days for this, and suddenly it got canceled just like through an email. And my mom and dad heard about this. They were in the other room. And that was the first time I saw my dad come to my room crying and hugged me. If you're from Bangladesh, or if you're from this, Asian subcontinent, you know what dad hugs are, you know that you don't usually go and hug your dad. It's not very in our culture. I don't know why. Your dad can come and beat you, and that's fine, but you can't hug him. That's like just a very difficult thing. So that was the first time I saw my dad cry, and he really hugged me. And that was the very first instant where I thought, like, this person, my father, whom I obviously respect a lot, I never shared my successes, but he was the first one who came to my room, hugged me, and he started crying. He showed his emotions to me. He opened up. And that is, that was the first time I actually felt that the importance of sharing things with my father. In life, you will see a lot of successful people, who have really had a lot of success, who did a lot, but they have never felt their father the same way I did when he hugged me and cried that day. And ever since that day, whenever I fail at something now, he's like, whether I fail or even win at something, my father is like the first person I call. Like, Dad, who said, I failed at this thing and that thing, and this happened. And all of this, made my life now really, like, what should I say? It's very light now. I don't really fear about failures anymore, because I know I have a supportive family at the back. And as we go through education life, I want you guys to know this, that you should have a support system at the back of you. And let me tell you one thing, friends and everything is very fine, but this is an absolute hard true fact. There's nothing above family. You can have the bestest friend in the world, and that's absolutely fine, and I respect that. But family should be your first point of contact for anything. So make sure, maybe after today's session, maybe after this event is over, give a call to your father or your loved ones, your mother, father, anyone, and tell them, just tell them a hi and tell them, how are you feeling today? You'll see, first of all, they'll be surprised, like, oh, are you okay, Saiha? Why are you suddenly calling and saying whether I'm fine or not? But try it. Just tell them, how are you? How's your day? How's everything going? I just tell them, share something, share about your recent failure. Dad, I didn't really tell you, I hide it from you, but last week I failed at this assignment. You could get a bit of, like, first of all, life advice, because whenever you tell something to your parents, you be prepared for some life advices. That is like a must. But apart from this life advices as well, your father will, how you see how magically things turn out and how magically they really appreciate you. So yeah, to end my talk, I think I just want to focus on these three things, that during education, during this four years of education, it's very important to stand out with your professor. Don't just be lost in the crowd. Always stand out, to have those lifelong friends that will come at 2 a.m. at any time, and also to have that relationship with your family, to know that your family is behind you at any time and for anything. So saying all these, usually whenever I usually talk about higher education. Students usually ask me about, how should I go abroad? What is the system? What is SOP and stuff? But it's really nice, lovely talking about these things that I have learned while I was working with so many students around the world. And I hope these things can come into your help, and you guys can really utilize this at your time. So thank you, everyone. It's been my pleasure talking and, sharing this very small life incidents with you. Thank you, everyone. It's my pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much for the informative session, sir. You really took us emotional. And coming to the question, hope delegates are typing. And it's my one of my question was, how do you think social media is having a great impact on less emotional stability?
Yeah, so I think social media is having a lot of impact on everyone's emotional stability right now, especially during this pandemic, where we are really putting ourselves out there. But I think I say this thing very strictly to everyone, that social media is an open book. Like, if you go to my social media, everything is very public. And my point is, if you are on social media, either be very public or be very private. Don't just be in the middle, because being in the middle really doesn't work. I have tried, and a lot of people have tried. That if you're in the middle, like, either show all your emotion, be an active person on Facebook or on social media, or don't be at all that much emotional. But don't try to be in the middle, I think, is one thing. And also, I think it's very important to be respectful. A lot of times you might not really like something, but it's absolutely fine not to like it, to just avoid that post. But when sometimes there's a saying that it's really fun to hate. It's very fun to hate on something. If you see something you don't like, maybe you don't like Brazil's football. If you see a Brazil post, you get those dopamine feeling when you can type a hate comment like, oh, Brazil, you play really bad. It feels very good, right? It feels very good. But that is something we should avoid. We should not have this dopamine feeling on hating someone. So two things that we should ourselves should be a bit more careful on what we portray on social media, and also we should be a bit more respectful towards other people's emotions. So I think these two are very important.
Yes, thank you so much. We have a question in the chat box from Jainin Ben Rostro. Sorry if I pronounce wrong. The question is, how do we encourage inwards to speak up, since you have mentioned that those who tend to be remembered are those who are actively participate?
Yeah, so one of the things that I said regarding speaking up is that, even in we like in Connect Japan, we had some of the most shy students, especially students from like China and Japan. They're quite shy in nature. So there are two things that I always tell them. The first one is to have that friend circle, or have that group of friends with you who speaks in class. It's much easier, you will see, to have, if you have a friends who speak in class, it's much easier for you to blend in and talk. If you're like that one person who really doesn't have anyone close in the class and everyone speak, it's sometimes difficult. So my advice would be to have to try to make some friends, or try to blend in with some people, so that it's easier to talk. And the second thing is that the reason why a lot of people don't talk, and this is the absolute truth, is that sometimes we feel that, what will the teacher think with my question? Or what if it's a stupid question? That is, I think, a universal thing. From school, we've been taught that we are not allowed to ask stupid questions in the class. And this thing is absolutely rubbish. Ask the most stupid question you want. You are in your university to learn. That is the reason why you're in university. And it could be a stupid question, and it's absolutely fine. So try not to have that fear of asking a stupid question. Okay. So I think these two are some of my advices that I give to all my students. So yeah.
Yes, thank you. And next question from Dania Javed. How to motivate ourselves while facing adverse life event?
Motivate. Every one of us, I think, have life is like up, it's an up and down thing. We have good moments and bad moments, and sometimes it's very difficult to motivate ourselves during the hard moments. What I do is, again, I go back to my family. I think for me, they are the biggest motivators. And I have this very young brother who's 10 years old, and I don't know, whenever, and for me personally, I get motivated from him, because he's just a 10-year-old, and he has gone through a lot. He had cancers, and he beat cancer. He's been through medication. So for me to see a 10-year-old and go through all this, that's where I get my motivation from. So my answer to that question is, find someone or something from where you can get motivation. He can be younger than you, older than you, but there are people around you, and maybe you don't even know. Like the other day I met a person, one of my students, and I really didn't know that, that person, he was going through a very life-threatening disease, and I didn't know about that. And because in front of me, that person was very normal. So around you have some extraordinary people. It's just finding out, saying a hi maybe at sometimes, and you'll find out. And from those people, I think it's very easy to get motivated. So yeah, just look around you. That would be my answer.
Okay, thank you. And next question from Momodu Omen. What is the global plan for online education, especially where there are so many students who can even afford purchasing personal computers before purchasing credit for the data?
Yeah, I think that's a very difficult question, I think, because this is very true that ever since, we have shifted to this online education, a lot of students did become deprived, because it is not very viable for every student to have a computer, to even have a data sometimes. So I think in that case, I've always said this, that I think the future of education is online. We have now Minerva University, University of the People. We have many online universities that are coming up. Many physical universities are slowly moving to online. So I think the future of education is obviously online. Now, how you can have a totally inclusive online education where every student is participating, or why you can involve every student is a tough question, I would say. But I think as time goes by, I think the universities, the government, they will come in, and they will, I feel like, should help to make education more accessible to everyone. So yeah, that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Yes, that's really true. And coming to the next question from Zaid Ben H, that is, when should you start worrying about your multiple rejection or failures? We all know that failing is a part of our journey to become successful, but when do you realize that you are not on the right path?
That's a phenomenal question, I think, because often you will hear people say that you should fail more, you should fail. Even I tell people that you should fail a lot, you should fail. So I think the moment where you can really differentiate that now it's no more a time to stop. I mean it's no more a time to fail more. I think it really depends on the path that you're walking. Like for a business, I always say, if a business doesn't make money in 3 years, it's not a business anymore, it's a hobby, just quit it. So it really depends on the path that you're taking to when to stop. But one of the things that I try to do is that I have people around me to remind me that Saham, you're taking maybe like I have a business that I really believed in, that I thought this will really work. And after 2 years, some of my co-founders were like, Saham, I think we should make it a stop. It's not making money. So I think the important thing for here is to have people around you. It could be your friends, it could be your family, to remind you or to say to you, like, I think we have failed enough on this, and I think it's time to move on. And I always say one thing, that moving on is not a bad thing. I don't know why we always feel, if you're not doing, like, I play the guitar, okay, but I'm horrible at singing. And I feel like, and I tried to sing a lot of time, whenever I'm in the bathroom, I feel like I'm Arjit Singh, and then I'm singing all these songs and everything. But I've accepted the fact that I'm not good in singing, and it's fine. You don't have to be good in everything. So my answer would be that to have people around you to remind you that it's time to stop, to take a turn, to move on, and it's absolutely fine to move on as well. So yeah.
Yes, thank you. And this was the last question because of the time constraint. And sorry for the delegates whose question has not been picked. And thank you so much for the informative session. And we are really grateful to you for accepting our invitation, and also for spending your precious time with us. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
You can drop your Instagram or Twitter ID link there so that people can contact you if they have any questions.
Yeah. So especially I work in higher education. If anyone of you wants to know about higher education, wants to go for master's, bachelor's, PhD abroad, you can contact me or contact Connect Japan. So I'll just give my Instagram handle on chat. And yeah, it's been you can just knock me for any queries that you have. Just HM it. Yeah. So I think it's gone. Yeah. So thank you, everyone, and it's really been a pleasure. Yeah. Have a good day, and best of luck for the rest of the session.
Yes, thank you so much, Saham sir. And dear delegates, please note that you will have a 20 minutes break, and please do join by 7:40. Please note that you will have 20 minutes break.
You can leave the meeting or you can stay back in the meeting, but you have to be back exactly at 7:40 IST. Varsha?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can have some introduction. We can start in 5 minutes. Or any activity, anything is fine. 5 minutes time.
Okay, sir.
By that, people will join.
Yeah. I think we'll continue with the introduction session.
Sure.
Okay, so I will randomly pick up someone from the delegates. And maybe then they can talk. Masoom? Can we have Masoom, please?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So yeah, can you introduce yourself? Where are you from? And what made you join this summit? Or how is it going so far?
Thank you very much, first of all, for giving this marvelous opportunity. And I'm Mahsoom Said Ahmed from Sri Lanka, currently in BSc Honours in Agriculture, Resource Management Technology in University of Rohuna. And I have participated in many events like in United Nations, UNESCO, those kind of conference too. And I hope in nowadays we all know we all suffering from COVID-19 pandemic situation. So the COVID-19 affected in overall many fields, including our educational system too. So most of unprivileged youth and students affected this pandemic situation and going all are only in remote education system via online. Most of them couldn't get that facilities. However, we want to give this opportunity for all because education is for everyone in free and effectively. So I hope in this session absolutely useful for us, and I hope everyone will enjoyable with this session. So our previous speakers really giving us a very initiative and informative information. So really great. Thank you very much, and I hope we'll meet in tomorrow with our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your sweet words. Okay, now let us call Arifa Tamanna. If she's there in the...
You can call somebody those who have turned on their video. I think you can call.
Okay, maybe not. Then
Fine, but
yeah, we have Bashir Mustafa Yusuf who has raised his hand. So Bashir, go ahead.
Hello. Good day all. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. You're
Can I go on? Good day all. My name is Ambassador Bashir Mustafa. I am a class teacher by profession. Youth activist, social media activist for promoting good governance and accountability. And I have been to advocacy since 2015. Moreover, I am the current headmaster of my school where I'm now. So, be part of this program, transform education and make sure that quality education has been given to the rightful citizens in the law. Is very great conference. I am happy to be part of this meeting. More.
Varsha, I think we can start.
Okay, sir. Okay, so next up we have panel discussion. I give the session to Grishma. Grishma, over to you.
Welcome back to GoAce 2021. This is Grishma from Akanksha Trust. as quoted by Sir Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And now we are here to witness a panel discussion for better and quality education. Today we have three panelists among us. Miss Aisha Sheikh from Pakistan, who is the awardee of Diana Award UK 2020-21. Mr. Carlos Andres Oliveira Caballero from Bolivia, head of Booktubers, a non-profit community project. Mr. Nikhil Gehlot from India, awardee of India Book of Records. I know this small introduction about our panelists have put you into the curiosity of knowing more about them and their works. So without wasting much time, I would like to hand over this session to the moderator, Ms. Pranita Bapar.
Thank you, Grishma. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I would again welcome you all the delegates and also the panelists. Yes, Mr. Nikhil Gehlot and Mr. Carlos and Ms. Aisha to this panel discussion session of today's event. Now, yeah, without further wasting of time, I can say, right, we can directly connect or start with the today's panel discussions. So basically, I would like to say one thing, that these are the panelists whom we have chosen, or I can say because of their extreme
Pranita, you're on. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Because of their extreme contribution in their respective fields, they have been selected as the panelists among the delegates, right? So I would like to know each and every achievements which have brought all of you to the state where you are today. So I would like to know about yourself from yourself. So I would like to ask with Mr. Nikhil Gehlot. So hello, Nikhil.
Hi, Pranita and Grishma. Thank you for your introduction. I'm really glad to be part of this amazing event.
Yes. First of all, thank you for joining. And to start with, as I told you, I would like to know more and more about your work, what you do, how you are at the stage where you are today. So yeah, over to you.
Yeah, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Nikhil Gehlot. I'm from India. I'm the founder and director at Idea Forge Innovations. So we are an innovation design company currently working on the intersection of education and gaming, where we are gamifying the educational content, currently for K-12 segment, and then we have future plans for the other segments as well. The main motive is to make education fun. In the long term, we really want to help to reduce the mental stress that is currently a lot of students suffer from. Because if I go to my own self, I really had my own bad experiences of, how the system, push us to, digest all those stuff without understanding and without experiencing it. Prior to that, I had launched the other social enterprise as well. I launched this organization called Soulcraft. It was a textile upcycling company. I worked at Ashoka Innovators for Public, which is the largest incubator for social entrepreneurs. I was in Bangalore for 6 months, worked with them, learned a lot about social entrepreneurship. By graduation, I'm a civil engineer. So some people really get confused at pursuing engineering and doing this. So I say myself that I'm a social engineer, not a civil engineer, because I think that's really important, how we can, solve the society's problem using our own skill, whatever the skill is, engineering, art, or, speaking or communication. Achievements, as Grishma told, I used to create some DIY work. So when I was 19-year-old, after passing my class 12, I think I got time to pursue some sort of my hobby, and I went into Limca and India Book of Records for multiple times. Totally, I hold 6 national records, and my dream is to create Guinness World Record someday. So that's
you will. Yes. Okay, so yeah, I was just going through your profile, I can say. So wherein we got to know, yes, Nikhil, actually, you are not audible in between. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're
So
audible.
yeah, fine. So we just got to know about your Idea for Age initiative. I can say which is the one which you have introduced by yourself. So would you like to share some light about your Idea for Age initiative?
Yeah. So basically, you know what? If I ask, if I share you about the name, how this name itself came, Idea for Age. When I was like, again, when I was 19, I just thought, every idea has its own age, right? And if you break this statement, idea for age, so that's how its idea came. And if you again break into two parts, it's known as idea, then forage. Forage means in the search of. So that's how I started my company. That whatever the company I will create, I want to keep this name. So the main motive was, to pursue my own ideas and create product into services. So in that, currently what we are doing is we recently launched an education board game known as Trigonic. It is the world's first trigonometry-based board game that we designed to remove the phobia and anxiety for that specific subject. So there was no game around it, so we created it. And then we have tested with more than 200 students, done workshops in 5 schools. We launched last year, February. Unfortunately, COVID came and things halted for it. But I think the good thing is that now the demand is more, because due to a lot of digitalization, now the teachers and parents are seeking some solutions for digital detoxification, and schools also need some new innovative models to push their own education system. So I think we are going in the right directions. Just need some more time to go ahead.
So you have turned the crisis into opportunities. That's so thoughtful of you. Yeah, now I would like to call upon Mr. Carlos. Yes, we would like to know more about you, your work, Mr. Carlos. It's over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible, right?
Yes, yes, you are.
Great. So hello all. It's a pleasure really to be with you fellows from all over the world. My name is Carlos Oliveira, and I am from Santa Cruz, Bolivia, in South.
Carlos, you are struck. Your video is struck, Mr. Carlos.
America, and I'm 18 years old. Well, I am tremendously thankful. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Oh, sorry. So
you have a network issue.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm so sorry for the connection problems. So I was saying, I have been asked today to share with you some of my humble participation in the improvement and development in the education in my country. And I want to begin by sharing with you that very early in 2019, I had the opportunity to be selected and travel to the United States of America as a cultural and educational ambassador for my country. This program that was administered by the US Embassy gave me all the tools that I needed for addressing one of the most burning issues in my country and in my community. That is to say, the lack of orientation that young men receive in order for them to develop an integral intellectual and personal growth. When I returned to my country, I took two steps that have marked my path and work towards education. First, I decided to fund one nonprofit organization that would encourage and prepare young men to fight against one of the most ignored but realistic reasons why we see much lack of education today. That is to say, procrastination. Young learners just do not want to learn because they find unproductive activities to be way more attractive than learning in their schools or by their online classes. As a young man, I must say that I found that this habit of wasting time in counterproductive activities is one of the most destructive practices in my generation. Because of social media, for example, and many other factors such as overstimulation on internet, video games, and lack of awareness of the benefits of good time administration, young men today find very attractive the idea of letting all these distractions to consume their lives. Nevertheless, this practice is corrigible, I think. And in my organization, Booktubers, we have presented young men for a period of 2 years hitherto practical strategies to overcome procrastination. And not only that, but almost 700 young men have been benefited from our workshops in which we have taught them to replace, even in their free time, those counterproductive activities with the practice of two very beneficial activities. the Rubik's Cube solving that I'll be showing you later, and also the critical reading of books. This has been very well combined with my second step in this journey to achieve my goal of equipping to develop an integral, intellectual, and personal growth. In 2020, I became a volunteer and leader in the local library in my community. As a matter of fact, we had seen a decline in the assistance of young men for receiving both access to books for reading and the promotion of their intellectual and artistic, that is very important, capacities in the center. Happily, when I got into this organization, we have managed to encourage until this day more than 2,000 young men in activities such as professional book reviews, creation and writing of personal works in poetry, drama, and stories. Also, we encourage and teach young men and children to express themselves through art, to receive a scholarship from the U.S. Get into one program that next year is going to permit me to study abroad, with my personal compromise of giving my best for returning, having learned sufficient for teaching my fellows in my country new skills and development in softwares that could allow people with different capacities to get access to education. Areas I plan to continue with this vocation to bring my people to a convenient environment in which one of the countries in my region, which has one of the most darkened educations, could rise again with a new generation of young men who employ their time correctly and look for the excellence in the intellectual side and for a united society. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Carlos. Actually, it was, at this age, I can say we youths are probably, as we heard from one of our invited speakers, we are probably not valuing something which is more valuable, that is time, right? And yes, or you already are concentrating and are more, yes, yes. So you are already concentrating on focusing and making use of the time in a proper way. So that was really thoughtful of you, and thanks for your time. I'll get back to you. Aisha, Miss Aisha.
Yes, am I audible? I am really sorry. I am facing some internet issues. That's why I have to off my camera.
All right, fine then. So yes, again, welcome for being a panelist, or I can say welcome for this panel discussion. I want to know you and your work about the way how you have reached the heights that you are today. Yes, it's over to you.
Now, first of all, thank you so much for calling me as a panelist here. I feel humble. My name is Aisha Sheikh. I belong to Pakistan. I am currently doing my A levels. I'm 18 years old. I am the winner of Diana Award 2021. And the sole reason I got this award was my work on quality education and health and well-being. In quality education, I have taught skills to students who belong to underprivileged areas. I have my company registered on my name, and I feel soft skills and hard skills are really important for student of today's era, because students of today are the future of employers and employees and the profitable global business, right? These abilities, which are linked to personality traits, are a host of interpersonal capabilities that will help the present day students to transform into outstanding corporate resources. We think skills like writing, skills like communication, skills like having people skills like many extracurricular things, we don't give much importance to them because we think knowledge is everything. But I feel if you have knowledge and if we are not able to put it in a perfect framework, then our knowledge is of no use. If you don't have sort of creativity in what you do, if you don't know how to earn from what you are good at, you are not going to be successful in your life. Students are looking to establish a successful professional career. Here are the numerous ways in which soft skills are important for them to enjoy an age over others who are not embraced with these life-changing people skills. And one of those is emotional intelligence. It takes all sorts of students to make up a class. While some students demonstrate a high level of emotional intelligence, there are others who lack this ability. Through soft skills training programs, the student will be able to better handle interpersonal relationships with a strong sense of empathy. They will also be in a favorable position to monitor the emotions of others so as to come up with well informed perceptions about others' behavior and thinking patterns. Also, skills help students to nurture interpersonal relationships. A classroom is an educational entity which calls for a great deal of interaction between students. Once a student constantly engage in interaction during class hours or work on things that is out of the box, out of the circle, given the fact that man is a social being, mutual interactions between students pave the way for a strong educational base supported by a healthy competitive environment. And that was my idea to take the students who belong to underprivileged areas, who don't have good facilities of education, who don't know how to make use of their skills and how to earn from them. I taught them personalized skills and told them how can they monetize these skills alongside with their education, that is the degree. So yeah, anyone who wants to connect with me, enroll in my courses, or maybe talk more about this, they can connect me on my email or maybe on my phone number. I will just put it on the chat box.
Yeah, thank you, Aisha. You can do that. You can just post your details in the chat window, and the delegates who are interested to connect with Miss Aisha can directly contact her. Mr. Nikhil Gehlot have also posted his Instagram handle, also the social LinkedIn profile, the link in the chat window. Whoever is interested to connect with him or for the collaborations, you can directly connect with Mr. Gehlot. Okay, now coming back to the discussion which we had started. So Mr. Nikhil Gehlot, I would like to ask, like we all are the people who are more interested, or I can say willfully are into the branch of education, or I can say studying. Yes, we want ourselves to be, to inculcate the knowledge of being a good citizen, I can say, right? But post pandemic, after the pandemic situation, which is badly hit the whole world, many of the things had turned up and down. And yeah, you already had said that you were able to turn this crisis into opportunity. I just want to know your insights about how it has already hit, maybe your work, how it had hit, how you have overcome it. It's up to you. Over to you, actually.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this amazing question. It's absolutely true that post-COVID and pre-COVID, I think the life is totally different for most of the people. I mean, we are now living in a two different world. The one is the real world in which we eat and sleep, and one is the digital world in which we interact. And the same thing goes for every age group as well, right? So if we see, I think we have seen the biggest revolution in edtech already. I mean, things have totally went to digital. I mean, I was listening to some of the lectures and sessions as well, that some of the organizations were working to transform this education, and they had this target to achieve it by 2025. Digitalization and access and cheap access, but they have now pre-achieved it.
Automatically,
automatically things have happened.
Absolutely.
I think so. I think those people have really encashed this opportunity, and and if you see a lot of boom is into education space, because now I think the good thing is this entire COVID has also given opportunity to create multiple model of delivering the education, because I think we have to understand that the content is same, right? I mean, the fact is 2 + 2 will be 4. It never gonna change, right? But I think some people we have learned on in the classrooms. So children are learning on laptops. Some people are learning it by experiential learning. Some people are going out and learning. So I think now there's now the good opportunity for students. It's not like that you need to go to school every day. right? If you don't want to go, if you just need a mental relaxation, you can just take a leave. And I think parents or teachers will not have objections because the content is already online. I mean, especially the coaching have really adopted this model that if children want to study online, they come to offline, they are mostly comfortable and most welcome in any of the cases. And with this, I think it will open up the opportunity for models like us, for, Aisha shared that she's working on emotionals, Carlos also shared, to people to innovate on the content, right? And, whether to gamify, whether to create experience learning, whether to take out the children and go into the factory visit and excursion and other stuff, right? Because earlier parents, teachers, and principals and schools administrators have this excuse: no, we want to let them to study in the classroom and let them complete the syllabus.
There was a boundary.
Yes. So there's no more headache about completing the syllabus because already content is there. So I think we're gonna see a great revolution in the way we deliver the content into multiple way, and it will open the opportunity for students as well to accept the content in whatever they mode they are comfortable.
Yes. Now, so according to you, it is like the students who want to learn, who want to explore, have got so many opportunities to do. But I have a concern over here. Like, we all know that maybe whenever we are speaking about the students or the youth, irrespective of the age group, people have got their own tendency with respect to whatever we are speaking, maybe about the intelligence, or we are speaking about their skills. So if you can explore themselves without the help of anyone, by themselves, they can get into their own world and find out their interests. But some needs motivation, some needs guidance. So what, in your opinion, how can this be sorted out? Maybe for the people who we say in the intelligence level are someone who needs the assistance.
Yeah, I think this motivation word has been overused so many times in the last 2 years that, sometimes I feel, I think young people don't need motivation. What they need is direction.
Great. Yes, agreed.
I don't need motivation. I need direction. Because this has, this word motivation, comes from this motivation industry where there are a lot of motivational speakers and they want to encash this opportunity, and, they create a lot of pressure to do and go, and because they want to sell their courses. So sometimes I believe this motivational speaking and listening to motivation, this has become an addiction. Like, I've seen people who don't get charged up without listening motivation. So I say it honestly, whatever knowledge you have, try to convert into anything. 2 days back, I was talking to one of the venture VC company from New York. I don't know from where they found my details, but I was interacting with their analyst and who was interacting with me. He told me that one thing very honestly, that, what, Nikhil, what the one thing we like about you, that you had taken your single idea into an entire different product. I mean, you have this, the reason why we wanted to interact with you, because even you have developed the single board game, which seems to be easy, but I know that's not easy, but you have convert that idea into reality, which is something really, because very people are able to do that.
That phase itself is a challenging one.
It's challenging.
Probably 90% of a people will just be stuck in the idea and maybe fail when it is about coming it to the reality or giving a practical approach.
We are living in the knowledge economy, right? I mean, everything is knowledge. So, but the information is overloaded. That's the problem. There's no end, and people are forcing, okay, accept knowledge, absorb knowledge. How to convert it, right?
True. Yes. Thank you for your sharing your opinion in this aspect, Mr. Nikhil. Mr. Carlos, I hope you are you are able to hear me, or I am audible to you. Carlos? Okay. Probably there seems to be some technical glitch. So Aisha, am I audible to you?
Yes, you're audible to me.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Aisha, now you had said that you have been a part of the initiatives wherein you work on building up the leadership skills among the youth, among the mass, you can say, right? So what were the challenges which you faced? How it was working pre-pandemic, and what were the challenges you faced, and how were you able to overcome post-pandemic? Over to you.
So basically, thank you for asking this question. This is the really important part of my life. So there was no pre-pandemic thing just like that, but still I would say that pre-pandemic things were easy. We had access to like everywhere, and we can go organize seminars, conferences, like everywhere at any place without being concerned about health or like stuff like that, or without seeking any permission from the authorities. But post pandemic, or maybe during the time of the pandemic, it's like people are concerned about their health. You are too, as a citizen, concerned about your health. There are vaccines coming up and people are dying from COVID, and this is like a fearful situation, right? So I would say the challenges I faced mainly were people were really reluctant to come out of their homes and start something new. And in that situation, there was also important to see their health. So I mostly worked in online online situation. And that was the time when people found it really difficult to continue their education, continuing focus on learning something new, because when you are in a situation when you can't go out of your homes, you don't have anything for entertainment purposes. So people were like depressed, they were feeling unproductive, they were just helpless. I organized mental health awareness workshops along with teaching them skills like communication, leadership, creative writing, content writing, digital marketing, because seeing their mental health, checking up on their mental health was also important, because this was the initial thing we should be focusing on, because people were stressed, people were tense at that time. So I made sure that people are having a good mental health, to focus continuing on themselves, to focus building upon roots that would help them to flourish in future. So basically the challenges were like people were reluctant to start courses, people were like reluctant to to trust on someone who is younger than them and who is coming up with initiatives people haven't worked on before. But I would say when a person starts something, a chain is made, and the chain, the strong chain that never breaks. So initially things were difficult, but eventually we made it. I had a team who supported me. I had my parents who supported me. So we actually made it. And I'm thankful for everyone who trusted, like everyone who like took part and changed themselves, because fear is everywhere. But until we don't start something, until we don't initiate, we don't know the importance of that particular thing. So yeah.
So we can say the success mantra is facing the fear. That's absolutely great. So yes, Aisha, I wanted to know from you, how was the responses when you reach out to the mass who were actually wanted your support, or maybe who wanted a care with respect to their mental health?
Actually, the place where we live in, I would especially talk about Asia, like in India, like in Pakistan, the Asian countries, they have a stereotypes, like they would not talk about mental health. They would not come up on the floor and tell you that we are facing this and that problem, and because we think like mental health is something very huge, and like people will call you god forbid whatever, but mental health is should be as normalized as you having a flu. But we don't understand that. So initially the response was really low, because we know there are people who come on the floor and they are very few. They will tell you that we are going through this and that problem, and there are people who would never come, and they would just overthink that they would just kill their strength. I have been to mental health problems, and I know how does it feels to be in one, right? So I can actually relate to that. So my focus was also on those who would come on the floor and share the problems, but my more focus what was actually shifted to those who feel shy to speak it out, who think that this is something very huge, and God forbid this cannot be treated. So awareness was the first step, telling people that we are here to hear them, we are non-judgmental, we are going to keep their data really secret, we would not hurt them throughout the process. At least they would feel light when they would talk to the team, or like talk to me, because most of the listener cases I conducted, I talked to them. So yeah,
Yeah.
and
So if I'm not wrong, this is where your initiative of listeners project came to the picture.
yeah, definitely, and this thing actually mold the process to teaching the youth the skills, because empty mind overthinks, and an empty mind is like a
Devil's workshop,
Effort
definitely, yes.
house, yeah. It's like effort house. It would lead you to nowhere, because overthinking leads you to nowhere. It's only lead you to disappointment, because I just want to let them know that they are productive. The youth we have today is productive, they just need the direction, and the direction was to teach them soft and hard skills during pandemic, so that they can earn from their home. So this is how I spread the idea of my quality education initiative.
Yes, it's actually something which is needed at this right time. You have started some initiative which was most required at a right time, I must say. Okay, thank you, Aisha. I would now move on my question to Mr. Carlos. Am I audible to you, Carlos? Hello, Carlos?
Yeah, you are dear.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
I will.
Okay, so
Could you
I
give me
wanted
30 seconds. I will change. Yeah, to.
Okay. Fine. So I wanted to ask you about your initiative. Like you started your journey as a social activist, I must say, by reviewing a book, right? So how the whole idea about reviewing a book and reading, initially to read and review it, and you have started a whole journey of yours, making other people to understand how important, or how important the skill of reading and reviving a book is, how the inner strength will be built by just inculcating few of the habits of this kind, is what your base idea was, right? So I wanted to know your journey. Have you started reading and reviewing a book? Over to you now. Carlos?
Carlos, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Oh, great. Yeah. Now I think my internet is better now. Could you repeat the question, please? I would
Yeah,
gladly
definitely,
respond to it.
definitely, no worries. So
Yeah,
I was
sure.
asking you, your journey started with the initiative of taking reading and reviewing book, national books, I must say, right? So that is a
Yeah.
point where your career as a social activist started, and today you are more concerned about upbuilding the skills of the youths, and you are telling them how important it is to read and review a book and inculcate such habits from within. So I
Correct.
wanted to know your journey as a booktuber. Over to you.
Yeah, correct. Well, everything started in 2019 when my government released a contest that was related with reading national books and later to make a review of them. And well, I thank God I could have the national prize in that contest. And later of that, I think that reinforced one of the beliefs that I already had concerning to this ambit of reading national books, because I see that when you propose a young man to read a national book, first of all, you're going to enhance the capacity that he has to appreciate his own country, his own culture. Later, I understood that this could be also beneficial for young men if they were able to develop an intellectual taste for books and for their later capacity to read books in the university and so forth. So I understood that this could be a very interesting way to say to a young man, okay, guys, well, you see, you could play video games. Sure thing, you could. You could go with your PlayStation and you could stay there for 4 hours. But nevertheless, we can propose you something better. You could read one book from one of your fellows from your own country. You can develop a critical opinion of that book, and with that critical opinion, you can later have a better sense of understanding for your own culture and to be more open-minded for different cultures around the world. So that was the way that I came to implement this program into my organization.
Yes. Okay. So I can say that as a youth, you are actually very much thoughtful about and also very well aware of the social problems that are being faced both by the students and also the youths. So now I wanted to know from you again, what do you think are the problems that are being faced? You work with the people, like teenagers especially, who are most distracted nowadays,
Right.
maybe because of lack of, I cannot say motivation now, lack of direction. And yeah, yes, they need the directionality, they need the flow. So how do you think this can be sorted out according to you?
Yeah, you asked me that because of the pandemic or as a
Yes.
general situation, in the sense that young men are
Yeah, yes, I agree that this is something, a problem I can say, which was existing before pandemic, but maybe after pandemic situation it have got just spiked up. True. So yes, you can give the generalized answer
Yeah.
also, but it would be more preferable if you could give the insights about post pandemic situation.
Correct. Well, I think that actually later of pandemic, when everything started, my belief that procrastination was a real problem for young men increased. Because you see that now young men have the problem or the issue actually that they are not required to go to the schools, right? To be in, to participate in in-person classes. And because of that, well, they must remain in their rooms, in their houses. And that is a very, very huge temptation for them to get involved with internet, to while they are hearing to the lessons in their classes, to get into Facebook, for example, and to be just going down and seeing all the news that are happening around the world. And that is a huge, huge augmenting, I would say, in the temptation that you may have for procrastinate. So I would say that before of that, the temptations were still there, but nevertheless now have increased. Now, I also see one problem that I think my fellows from the panel have already discussed. That is to say that not only this has increased the procrastination, but also the trending that young men have towards depression, towards feeling bad, towards feeling alone. And this is obviously because of the isolation, because of the pandemic. And these both phenomena, I would say, are very, very destructive right now for young men. And the way that I have tried well, to deal with this in my organization has been has been through, first of all, we have managed to compose virtual sessions of booktubers that obviously we had them before in person. We gather all these young men from different schools, sometimes like 3 schools in just one place. And we had this work different techniques like metacognition, like making a schedule and all other techniques that I can later give to the fellows if they want to contact me. But later we thought, well, we cannot gather them now into just one place. So what do we do? And the obvious response was definitely to get into their homes. And the way that we did that was through Zoom sessions that we organized, and we prepared obviously a pre-material with some activities that we used to do in those in-person sessions. And through that, we tried to get into the home of this young man. And when it comes to now the impact that we want to do in young men that are being very well tempted to get more procrastinate, to get into more procrastination, is that now, actually last week, I have been talking with the National Organization of Professors in Bolivia, and we are proposing them to have booktubers, but not for students now, but for professors. And you see, what is the idea there? The idea is to teach professors how could they teach their young students to overcome procrastination. We can give the techniques to the professors, and the professors that we know have access to the schools, to classes of at least 30 students each. They can teach this to their students, and the range of the impact of the project is going to be more incredible. So yeah, that is the way that we are dealing with that. And finally, with depression, I think we have tried in Booktubers to work along with other organizations, such as the library that I have described before, in which I am a volunteer and leader as well. And we have tried to contact our government, because in Bolivia, it's very easy to contact our government, something very, very cool that we have here in our country,
Yes,
that we can go to
that is
talk to our
something very
authorities.
much required.
Yeah, it's a very, as it's a very, very short country. We are not that huge as India, for example, when it comes to territory and geographical measures. We are definitely able to talk with our authorities, and they hear us, and the secretary of our government, to tell her that we want to organize a call attention service for students that are feeling right now depression, that are feeling anxiety because of the isolation. And we hope that this program is going to help many students to solve these issues that are raising in society right now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Carlos. People like you are more required for the society, I must say, for the people to bring up from their probably the dark days. Many of the youths and the students and the teenagers, I can say, as a generalized concept or the generalized term, who can help them to evolve themselves, help them to show the path. Yes, yeah, we definitely are the torch bearers, and we all should be proud of this, I think. Yeah, now a last question I have got to Mr. Nikhil. Nikhil, yeah, you have got your own initiative wherein you are engaging the students, or the, yeah, beyond age limit, I agree, wherein you are trying to put up your ideas in a game board, wherein you have very wonderfully given the name of edutainment for it. So yes, we were speaking about the pandemic outbreak. After that, how are you able to reach out to the larger mass? So this is a way how you can promote yourself, first thing. Second thing, it is how this is more required nowadays. Yes, definitely. How are you able to reach out to the larger mass?
Yeah, thank you for this amazing question. So I think, technology definitely play a huge role whenever anyone has to scale any kind of solutions to the global. There's no doubt in this, and we all have seen in the past how companies have done. So what we are doing currently is totally offline stuff, because that's our motive, is to make children more social and let them interact. Same like Aisha and Carlos also talking about how this can be
the most important thing is to interact.
That's the thing, because with this COVID, the distances have actually created. Virtually, we are connected, but physically. So that's our motive is. But hence, since I told you that this pandemic will give opportunity to open the way we give access to whatever things, we also have plans to to come out with the digital stuff. See, the point with digital stuff is it really comes at a cost, right? if I have to develop any app or website, any kind of software, it required a major chunk of investment, and there's no guarantee whether it will succeed, right? So that's why we are starting from offline to online, because I think that we are lucky, or our segment is good enough that we can test a product in an offline mode. And once we get the validation from the customer, then we can take digitalizations. And because let's say gaming and education gaming, people out of India or the US, UK market is really huge. If we can create the same stuff into digital and charge via subscriptions, I think we can generate revenue, because at the end we also have to sustain. So that's the point. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Ayesha, I had one last question again to you. So this listeners
sure.
project is something actually amazing. Like whenever we are speaking about this isolation or the lockdown case, a scenario where we all are stuck wherever we are today. So is it real or concentrated in the area where you are working in, or is it something, since it is an initiative taken by you, is it being elaborated over the larger area, or is it concentrated for time being at least in your area only?
All right. Thank you for asking this. There are two things. One is by choice and the other is by force. We are struck in this situation by force and not by choice. So I really feel everyone is disturbed mentally, like literally everyone. The people who used to have a healthy mental health, they too are struck in this. So since the program is online due to COVID, basically most of the sessions, seminars, most of the process was held online. I started it from a particular area of my, my city, that is to an underprivileged one. Then I moved it slowly, because it has been 2 years approximately for this project. Then I moved it to all the second and third world countries, and my more focus was the third world countries, because they lack resources. We lack resources. We lack direction. I know all the countries equally feel about it, but I think our more focus should be on the places that are looked down, or that are not focused much on, right? So yeah, it is basically in the third world and second world countries. The project is going on online in most of the countries.
Oh, that's really great to hear. In fact, like if you are open for the collaborations with this particular project as well, kindly let all the delegates know about it through your maybe the whatever way they can connect with you. Thank you.
Of course, the bigger the team, the bigger would be the response, and the we had surveys which show that it is actually making things better. So like everyone who wants to connect, I would again share my details in the chat box. Thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, thank you, Ayesha. Carlos, again, the last question to you now. So you had many of the insights wherein you were stressing out about the interaction, which is very much important. The human interaction is something which keep all human relations intact. So now it's over to you actually. How would you give your ideas about in what are the better ways we can connect all the human races together, so that even in this isolation or the lockdown situation, we can help each other to come out of this darkness?
Correct. Well, I would say that what my fellows have been proposing is something correct. That is to say, to have more communication right now with the fellows around the world is something very important. But nevertheless, I would propose as well that, well, at least we're not going to get out of this situation, at least for a year, because pandemic is going to continue at least for a year. I mean, this global situation. So what I really propose is to take measures for helping, that my area overall is just to help students that are facing this problem of procrastination. And something that I have seen is that there are some students that contrary to suffer from procrastination, they suffer from the lack of resources to get into these online classes. Here in Bolivia, we are a country in development. We have a huge population with scarce resources. And one of the ways that in my library, in my community library, we are helping these students to go through these times, very difficult times in which they cannot have access to internet to participate in their classes, is by teaching them in private, in-person classes, some material, very basic material that we all remember from school. And why I say this, because I would really like to call the attention of all the fellows that are observing us right now, that I have heard that there are many here that have university studies, that many of you are currently enrolled in a university. And I think that all of you guys know some students that have the resources to have access to connection on the internet, some student that is not having the opportunity to learn in the same level that their fellows are doing. And I know that you can take 1 hour of your time to call this student to say, oh, hey, how are you doing in your classes? Are you learning something? Because guys, excuse me, the young learners are not learning very well right now through these online classes. And we can call them and to say, well, I can give you 1 hour if you come here to my house to learn math, to learn chemistry. And that is what we are doing right here in my community. We have this library service with staff members who are not universities scholars, but they are teaching what they know, math, chemistry, physics. And I think this is something that we can do practically. We can, when we finish this meeting, to call those students that we know need our help, and we can give them 1 hour of our time and teach them. And I think you all know somebody with those characteristics.
Yes. So both the resources and also the people who are in need can get connected, make the time fruitful, also interact with each other. That's actually a very great idea that you have given. And I am very proud to say that we at Akanksha do the same thing through few of the events, few of the initiatives. We go to the rural schools. Yeah, we pre-pandemic though, we used to visit the villages, rural schools, get in touch with the students. We volunteers was willing to interact with them. They were the people who were at the receiving and were very much enthusiastic and excited to receive the knowledge, or I can say whatever they wanted to seek it from us. Yeah, that was actually insightful. Thank you so much, panelists. So yeah, I have got there is a time constraint. Yes, yes.
I just wanted to give my Gmail. I will put it in the chat box.
Yes,
so
yes.
If somebody
please,
wants
Carlos.
to receive the material from Booktubers, in which we teach how to overcome procrastination, you can email me, and I will gladly send it to you.
Yes. Yes, please, Carlos, post your Gmail ID or whichever the way the delegates can contact you. Please post it in the chat window. Delegates, we have got a time constraint. So if anyone is willing to ask any question. Okay, I have not received any questions yet.
There is some question.
Danya Javed. Yes, would you like to unmute yourself and give your question, Danya? I hope I'm audible to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Danya, please go ahead.
This is Danya from Pakistan. It's very nice to hear from all of you. My question is basically, I'm a little bit confused. You can say a little bit concerned or curious, because these days, after the pandemic, the screen time, we all have experienced it, or the screen time of the parents, the teachers, and the students all have find that they have no other choice other than to get exposure of the screen, and the screen time is really increasing, and the personal physical contact, you can say, decreasing these days. And we all know the researchers are saying these to us, that the screen time exposure is deteriorating brain abilities. And I'm just curious about, are there any feasible techniques for the parents that really help them to connect themselves back with their children? Because personally, it's very difficult now to regain that connection back, what I'm saying, what I'm foreseeing, and what I'm sensing. due to this screen exposure, because the habit of screen is very much, pinching, and it's not very easy to get back to the normal back, we can say.
Yes, thank you for your question, Danya. May I know any of the panelists who are willing to answer this?
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
So
Aisha, it's over to you.
I would request other people to please mute themselves. I am hearing some sort of voice. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Dania, thank you so much for asking this question. I just want to let you know that screen time is increasing. We may say it's dangerous, but I am, I am sad to inform you that this is the future now, and we have to learn how to live with its screen time. As far as I understood, your question was more on like how can we how can we move back to that physical thing. We cannot
No,
for
no, no, no.
now.
I was not saying that. I was saying that how we can now connect ourselves, being a parent or an adult, with the children, with our children who are more into this exposure with the screen.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So as a parent, as a guardian, I really feel that there are children who live with their parents because they are really younger. They may be in their prep. They may be in the Montessori school. So yes, they are living with their parents, and actually, parent would teach them how to use the technology and stuff. So this way, I think they are already in connect with their parents, and definitely by setting a timetable, setting a routine, because if you have classes like from 8 to 12, after that you can have some rest and then have some family time. So these things are these things come in discipline, and are more applicable to the children who are who haven't reached their teens and who are like in their prep and like Montessori or maybe really young. But when we talk about university children, when we talk about college going students, when we talk about even high school and school going children, they are more into screening because one time they are having class, maybe the other time they would be using social media, and maybe again they're having some sort of conferences like the way we are doing, and etc, maybe like watching movies and stuff. So these children sometimes live in their homes for their higher education, and sometimes they leave due to the area constraints, or maybe to pursue good education like myself, because I left my house in the age of 16 to pursue my A levels. So I just have to move from one city to another city. So in all this time, what connected me with my parents was the thing that they would keep checking up on me, and like this, like the same way I would keep checking up on them, if they are doing well, what's happening in my house. If parent shows the children that they are being valued, they are being taken into the consideration for like any sort of household decision, household conversation, so the children would actually become habitual from a young age to connect back to their parents, because this era is like digital era.
Yes.
You would see you would see memes on being made on the fact that we live in one house, but we only see each other when there is no internet connection in the home. So
Yes.
this is really dangerous.
Thank you, Aisha, for your answer. I can say your thoughts and your ideas. I just have one point to make here, Danya. Yes, if you are speaking about the school-going children, probably we as adults can take the initiative. I agree. Probably the more the screen time, it's gonna harm the health, irrespective of the children or the adults. I agree, but that is we who will have to compensate one with the other. So if we are speaking about a very small kids, so as the as a responsible adults, I can say, we can take the initiative, and we learn from digitalizing ourselves and teach them physically is one of the ways out, is what I think. If you are speaking about the adults, pre-pandemic, as we used to spend few of the times as a pastime through the maybe the social media or the digital media, now it is going to be vice versa. We're going to learn virtually, and as a pastime we can engage ourselves in maybe any of the physical activities, engaging ourselves so that we can compensate and have a manage everything properly. Yeah, thank you.
Can I
Thank
add
you,
just a
Aisha.
very short point?
Yes, Nikhil. Aisha, kindly I request you to mute yourself.
So,
Yeah, thank you.
the Diana's question is really good, and I'll just try to complete it in short because I think I understand that we are lacking with time.
Yes,
so,
yes.
I will answer in the context of what we are trying to do is, in Mumbai, if in big cities, India, they're coming with the concept of board game cafes, where parents and children can come and play games accordingly. Even Hasbro, which is the world's largest board game maker, posted that their sales have shooted up, in the pandemic, because a lot of parents have already taken this initiative. They are smart enough and they know that, so they purchase a lot of games and they play with their children. For the children, for the people about college students, I think the best suggestions will be, if I will be very tangible in answer, I think taking out children to some physical activities, like go for tracking, right? Spend time with them, right? And I was yesterday watching a news in that, what this Jain community, what they've done is they've come with a concept called digital fasting, where they allow the children, they ask their children to put their phone in the morning, and they're not allowed to take that till the evening. And meanwhile, they're only allowed to interact physically. So I think these are some of the initiatives.
Yeah. Thank you, Nikhil. Yes, that is, yeah. I know most of you might have so many questions to ask these panelists. You have got the contact details of each and individual panelists that were today in this panel discussion, so you can connect to them through their contact details. Thank you, Mr. Nikhil, Mr. Carlos, and Ms. Aisha for being a part of this panel discussion. It was my pleasure to be a part of this panel discussion as well. Yeah, now I would like to hand it over to Varsha. Here ends this panel discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Varsha, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Pranita. Okay, so we had a wonderful panel discussion right now. So after this, I would come up with another interesting activity. Okay, I would not share any screen because this is the activity which we would like to do it with all the delegates, for which I would request few of the delegates to volunteer for the same. So as you all know, we hail from the country India, and our country is very rich in culture, diversity. So the national language of our country is Hindi, and the state in which we live in is Karnataka, and the dialect of our state is Kannada. So I would not teach, but I would tell few words or greeting words in our language, and I would need few volunteers who would like to learn the same words and reciprocate. So I would like to start with Hindi. When we greet anybody in Hindi, as in hello or hi, we say namaste. So Indian tradition that we join both our hands and say namaste. So this is how we greet. Whenever you meet someone, we say namaste. And in Hindi, when we need to ask someone, how are you? Then we ask, kaise ho? Okay, so the same goes with Kannada. In Kannada, when we meet someone, we say namaskara. Okay, and when we need to ask someone, how are they? Then we ask them, hegiddira, and hegiddira. So the reply comes, channagiddini. That means I am fine. So would somebody like to volunteer for the same, and we can have a small interaction on the same? Any of the delegates?
Yes, I'm here to volunteer.
Okay, may I know who's this?
It's me, Farooq. Farooq Awais.
Okay, Farooq. Can you please switch on your camera? I can't see you.
It's on. It's turned on.
But we cannot see your video.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Now we can see.
Yeah, okay, Farooq. Okay, so let's go with the Hindi first.
Okay.
I mean, you might be knowing Hindi because you're from Pakistan, so it's almost
Yes, I
the
do.
same. Yeah. Okay. So let's switch on to Kannada then. Okay. So when we greet each other in Kannada, we say Namaskara.
Namaskara.
Yeah. Right. So whenever you have to ask, how are you? Then we say, Hegiddira.
Hegidida.
Hegiddira.
Hegidira.
Right. So when I ask you Hegiddira, you need to respond Channagiddene.
Can you please repeat that?
Channa. Okay. Channagiddene.
Okay. Channagidine.
Yeah. Channagiddene.
Okay.
Okay. So hi, Farooq. Namaskara.
Namaskara.
Hegiddira.
Channagidinar.
Yeah, right. Almost right. So when you have to ask me, you have to ask me the same. Hegiddira.
Okay.
Okay.
Namaskara.
Namaskara.
Hegidira.
Nanu ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. Okay, so the
Thank
next one. Okay, I think we can try it with some other delegate. Thank you, Farooq. Thank you so much for this votive list.
I loved it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, who else would like to volunteer for the same? Okay, I can see a raised hand. Samson? Okay, did you raise the hand for this activity or was it for the previous session? Oh. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm from Russia and now I'm in Germany for my exchange semester. So nice to
Okay.
meet you all, guys. It's really nice discussion and I'm really like to join it. And for this activity too. Yeah. Namaskara.
Namaskara. So, okay. So, let's have a change. If I have to ask you, what is your name?
Hmm?
Okay. Then we ask, Nimma
Nima.
Hesaru.
It's rather hard. And
Hesaru.
Hesaru.
Yeah. Yenu.
Inu.
Yeah. So, Nimma.
Hmm?
Nimma Hesaru Yenu. Okay. You're
Yeah.
writing it down.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay. So when I have to respond, then I say Nanna Hesaru, which means my name and name, Varsha. So I say Nanna Hesaru Varsha.
Nana Hesaru. Okay.
Okay,
Nana
Varsha is
Hesaru
my
Varsha.
name. Okay. Yeah. So when we say, when we have to ask what is your name, then we say Nimma Hesaru Yenu, means your name, and Yenu is what. So when I have to respond, Nanna Hesaru, and you have to tell your name. Okay, so shall I ask you now if you're ready? I mean,
Okay.
just to try. Okay. Okay. Namaskara. Nimma Hesaru Yenu.
Namaskar. Nama Hesaru Renat.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah.
And
So you got to know a little at least.
yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Next we have. Okay. I can see almost all the hands raised. So we'll pick someone. Roopkatha Debnath.
Yes.
Okay. Hello.
Myself, Rupkatha Debnath, and I'm from Bangladesh. I'm studying in India, Punjab.
Great. Okay. So
Hindi actually.
sorry.
I know a little bit Hindi because my
Okay.
native is only Bengali, so I
Huh?
don't.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So yeah. So shall we start from the beginning, like the gross Kannada? Okay. So whenever we greet each other, it's
Like Namaskara.
yeah. Hegiddira, if you have heard it.
Sorry.
Hegiddira. When I ask Hegiddira, it means
That means what's your name?
no. How are you?
How are you? How are you?
Yeah.
That
Yeah. Yeah.
reply is Channa Giddena.
Channagiddini.
Then okay.
Channagiddini. Good attempt. No, actually a good attempt. Channagiddini.
Okay.
And one more word, whenever you have to thank someone. Like suppose you meet someone and you just say thank you. Then we say Dhanyavada. Dhanyavada. Vada.
Dhanyavada.
Yeah, how do we say in Hindi Dhanyavad? It's just, you have to prolong the, that's it. Dhanyavada.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So I'll go like, hi Rupkata, ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
Hi Varsha, namaskara.
ನಾನು
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. Sorry.
It's okay. Then when I want to say thank you, I say ಧನ್ಯವಾದ. No, that's fine. You did really well. Thank you, Rupkata. It was great talking to you.
I'm sorry, I'm just pitching in for just a pro tip. If you know Bengali, picking up Kannada will be easy because my friend is a Bengali.
Okay.
And he understands, like he has made a very quick, understanding and grasp over the language. So he was telling me that there are similar words. And some, so the manuscript remains very, as in similar.
Okay. So then Rupkata has the chance to learn it very
Yeah.
Great.
For me, it will be very difficult because I am pure Punjabi. So, Delhi height. So for us, Delhi height, we just know simple Hindi or Punjabi Hindi. So for us, I can understand Kannada a lot because I've worked in different sectors, but to still speak, I just know illa, seri, and chill madi.
Okay.
Yeah, these are my pet terms.
Cool. Okay, so we'll take up one last participant for the same.
Can I join in?
Yeah, sure. Who's this?
I'm Shubhanga, and I am even from Karnataka, Udupi.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's going to be challenging to you to give me a challenge.
Okay.
And I know English, Hindi, Kannada, and Telugu.
Okay, cool. Okay, I don't know Telugu, but since you know Kannada, you know it already. So you can tell more words. That is going to be interesting. ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ನಾನು ಸೂಪರ್.
ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತು. ನೀವು ಎಂತ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ?
ಈಗ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ. But the whole point is that our delegates won't understand what are we trying to talk.
That's what I was trying to tell. Give me something word which in different language. What I mentioned that I know.
So if you have to ask someone had your food, then Shubhanga will tell us how to tell it. Did you have your food?
ನಂದು ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತು. In Kannada that I should translate.
Yeah.
Did you had your food means ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
Yeah, like you is nimma. Food is
uta is food. Yes. And aita means had you finished it?
Yeah. So when we say yes, I have finished my lunch, and we say aitu.
Yeah. Done. Yeah.
Done.
I finished it. Done.
Okay. Thank you, Shubhanga. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to take up someone from a very different country, not even related to India. Anybody who would volunteer?
I am from Mexico. I would like to try.
Yeah, sure. What's your name?
My name or the other guy?
Oh, hi. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Guillermo from Mexico. My mother tongue is Spanish.
Great.
Okay,
so would you like to learn some Kannada today?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, namaskara.
Namaskara. Varsha.
Yeah. And ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? If you have heard it. ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? You have to respond. Yeah, you have to respond. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Right. Okay, great. Don't you ask me how am I?
ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ನಾನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. So next is when I ask, like I am asking you, had your food? So I ask, ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ? How is it? ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ. Then we say ಆಯ್ತು if it is done, or ಇಲ್ಲ if it is no. So ಊಟ ಆಯ್ತಾ?
ಆಯ್ತು.
Oh, so you have done your lunch or whatever it is. Okay, great. So at the end of everything, I would like to thank you. So I will say ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Oh, it's like it. Can you please repeat it?
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ
Dhanyavada.
Dhanyavada. That's it.
Dhanyavada.
Yeah. So Dhanyavada. Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Varsha, one last try. Actually, one person, Adejumo, I want to try, it seems.
Okay, sir.
He was very, where are you? Can you please turn on your video? Yeah. Okay. Please try it. You unmute yourself, please. Yeah, yes.
Hello.
Hello. Please try, and our speaker is ready for the next session. So please, you can try it now. Go ahead.
Sure, sir. Okay. Yeah, you're audible. Namaste. Namaskara.
Okay. Namaste. Namaskara.
Very good. Hey Giddira.
Hey Giddira.
So you have to respond. Chenagiddene. Chenagiddene. Very good. Okay.
Chenagiddene.
Then you have to ask me, how am I? So, hey Giddira.
Okay.
Hey Giddira is, the reply for hey Giddira will be Chenagiddene.
Okay, Chennagide.
Okay. So thank you, Adejumo. Namaste.
Namaskara.
Namaskara. Thank you. Okay, I hope all the delegates had a little insight of our language and also a little fun. Without delaying much, I would like to hand over the session to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, the session is handed over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Varsha. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Aishwarya.
Yes.
Okay. So now that you know a little bit of Kannada and Hindi words, I'm going to go and start by saying Namaste. Namaste, you all. Can I get a reply?
Namaskara.
Yeah. Namaste. Okay.
Namaste.
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 Wow, amazing. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please mute yourself. Okay. Now we are going to go ahead. Hello, everyone. A warm welcome to one and all present here today. I hope you all are doing great, and I really hope that you all had an amazing start to the GOES 2021. So I extend a warm welcome to you all, and I'm immensely happy to introduce our guest speaker to you, Mr. Niranjan Dev Bharadwaj. Niranjan Bharadwaj is an Indian author of the book Environmental Ethics and India's Perspective on Environment, which is published by National Book Trust India in 2018, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. He is an environmentalist, TEDx, and international speaker. He has published several international research papers and has also represented India at several prestigious international events. He is also an online volunteer for the UN. He writes for the UNICEF online portals, Voice of Youth, the Environmental Blog Organization, and many more prestigious platforms. He holds a bachelor degree in honors and distinction in chemical engineering from Rajiv Gandhi Praudhyogiki Vishwavidyalaya, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India. He has keen interest in teaching and researching on issues related to the environment and development for sustainability, making people aware of protection of environment and work towards making Earth a better place to live for all. I extend you a warm welcome, sir. And I know we all are really excited to listen to him. So before that, I have a small request with you all. Please ensure that you're on mute while the speaker is speaking. And if you have any questions during the presentation, please drop it in the chat box so that I can bring them up when the session gets over. So without wasting much time, over to you, sir.
Namaste and good evening to all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Akanksha Charitable Trust for the wonderful work that they are doing. Well, it is indeed a great honor to speak at the Global Online Youth Education Summit 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will be speaking on something which is very prominent in today's era, which is environmental education. And to move ahead with it, I would like to start by quoting something which is very prominent about environmental education, taken from a UNESCO report in 2014. The United Nations Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, states that environmental education is very vital in imparting an inherent respect for the nature among the society and in enhancing public environmental awareness. UNESCO also emphasizes on the role of environmental education in safeguarding future developments of societal quality of life through the protection of environment, eradication of poverty, minimization of inequality, and insurance of sustainable development. Now, coming to what we all the delegates, everyone understands about environmental education. Well, environmental education refers to organized efforts to teach how natural environments function, and particularly how we the humans, manage our behaviors towards this ecosystem to live sustainably. It is a multidisciplinary field integrating all disciplines of modern day sciences. Therefore, environmental education can be said to be a process that allows the individuals to explore on the environmental issues, engage in problem solving, and also take actions to improve the environment. Well, I'll move ahead with the history of environmental education. The roots of environmental education can be traced back to 18th century when Jean-Jacques Rousseau stressed on the importance of how education which focuses on the environment on his book called The Emily. Several decades later, Louis Agassiz, a Swiss-born naturalist, echoed the Rousseau's philosophy as he encouraged the students to study the nature, not the books. These two influential scholars laid the foundation of concrete environmental education program known as natural studies. A new type of environmental education, which is conservation education, emerged as a result of Great Depression and the Dust Bowl during the 1920s and the 1930s. Well, conservation education dealt with the natural world in a drastically different way because it dealt it from the nature's perspective. The modern environmental education movement, ladies and gentlemen, it gained prominence and significant momentum in the late 1960s and late 1970s. Certain events happened at that time in the history, whether it be the Cold War, the Vietnam War, the civil rights movements, and other things. Some very important work being done by Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, and significant amount of pollution and waste could be seen in the world. Therefore, this led to public's concern, the people's concern about, environment, their own health, and it led to a very unifying phenomena known as environmentalism. Therefore, environmental education was born because of the realization that solving complex and local global problems cannot be accomplished by politicians or experts alone, but it also requires the support and participation of an informed public in various roles which an individual can play with respect to consumers, voters, employers, business, community leaders, and so on. While internationally, environmental education gained recognition in the UN Conference on Human Environment held in Stockholm in 1972. Well, it declared that environmental education must be used as a tool to address the global environmental problems. Well, I'll tell you the 5 important components about environmental education. The first one is knowledge and understanding of the environment and environmental challenges all across the globe. The second component is awareness and sensitivity to the environment and environmental challenges. And third one is most prominent component, which is the attitudes of the concern with respect to the public for environment and also the motivation to maintain environmental quality. The fourth component is that we need to impart skills to identify and resolve the environmental challenges. And the fifth one is the participation in the activities that led to the resolution of environmental challenges. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would just say you one thing, that environmental education teaches the individuals how to weigh the various sides of the issues through critical thinking and also enhance their own problem solving and decision-making skills vis-a-vis the ecological issues that we face. Well, moving now to the features of environmental education, The first feature is environmental education is integrative. Well, I call environmental education as integrated because of the multidisciplinary concerns. As you can see, there are so many issues which are addressed by environmental education. For example, the environmental problems that we face in our day-to-day life. These disciplines constantly provide us a basis, a value foundation by environmental education, and corresponding to these disciplines, environmental education basically helps to change our outlook, the modus operandi of the mentioned areas. So basically they aid us in providing the much needed inspiration for following and generalization of environmental education. The second feature is that environmental education is inclusively global. Well, I say it because it is all inclusively global, because environmental education includes everything which encompasses worldwide. This is due to the fact that environmental problems, the environmental issues, are never being categorized by international or inter-country boundaries. Well, I'll ask you, environmental pollution. Well, this pollution, will it consider, or is it considering the transboundary, or does it consider the national boundaries? No, never. Well, is the ecological crisis a local or a national issue? Well, you might be thinking, no, ecological crisis is a global, worldwide problem. Therefore, I don't think that any country can deal with all these environmental issues solely on their own. I strongly feel to survive this global environmental catastrophe, there must be a cooperation between human beings, regardless of their respective nationality, at all the levels, that is local, regional, national, international, global, and more importantly, at your own personal levels. Well, therefore, I would say that the third feature would be environmental education also promotes versatility and adaptability. These are righteously supporting, ideologies of environmental education, which can be used for a better environment to solve these environmental problems. Thus, they are adaptable to all different approaches, which can be, we can provide certain reasonable, ethical consideration and justification for environmental protection. Environmental education, ladies and gentlemen, has always welcomed different ideas, the ways by which, compete with each other, but have a common goal. And environmental education corresponds to that common goal, that is providing a consensus for protection of the natural environment. Another feature is that environmental education is contemporary. Well, it focuses on the subsequent times. Well, I would like to add that along with environmental education, we can impart environmental ethical education. Environmental ethical education has a very strong cornerstone. It acts as a very strong cornerstone that how we can be so ethically corrupt that we can never think of at least protecting the environment for our own descendants. Well, thus, environmental education encourages sustainability of environment for all, for the upcoming generations as well, and for a better, healthier environment. Well, therefore, moving out to the next feature, I would say that environmental education is something which involves, or something which can lead to some dramatic changes, some revolutionary changes over the period of time. Environmental education prioritizes on individual self-action, your own individual actions towards the environment for eradication of global environmental problems. Well, moving ahead, I would just say that environmental education has all the power to inspire the people from different cultures, different traditions to become the champions for helping the noble cause of a better health for all. And last but not the least, environmental education is boundless, ladies and gentlemen. It ranges from the self to the family, from family to the tribe, from the tribe to the region, from the region to the nations, from the nations to the race, from the race to the humans, and from the humans to the animals, and from the animals to the plants, and from the plants to the life, and from the life to the rocks, and the rocks to the ecosystem, and from the ecosystem to the planet, and from the planet to the universe. Thus, it won't be wrong to say that environmental education is immense in its application. because it extends the moral concerns beyond one's society and the nation to include not only every person inhabiting the earth, but also the animals, the whole of the biosphere, whether it be the biotic components or the abiotic components, both today and beyond tomorrow's future, to include even those who are unborn. I would like to explain the importance of environmental education to you all, and I'll give you an example. Well, suppose there was a bunch of blind men, nobody can see, and they heard that there is a strange animal which has come to the town called the elephant. Now, all of them went to see how does, they can't see, but they just went to observe that how could be an elephant. When asked each one of them, how does an elephant look like? Well, the first blind man said, it looks like a rope because he might have touched the tail of the elephant. The second person said, oh, I think it looks like a wall because he might have touched the stomach of the elephant. The third blind man said, well, to me it looks like a pillar because he might have encircled his legs. This is what has happened to human civilization, ladies and gentlemen. We are blindfolded by materialism, progressivism, industrialism, consumerism, and over-human dominism, and we don't care about the nature. Therefore, in India, which is the second largest populated country in the world, the largest democracy of the world, and across whole world, what I can see is that the majority of population is environmentally illiterate. They don't care about the environment. We pollute, we degrade, and we do it as if we all have the authoritative license to do so. Well, in these sad affairs of things, environmental education is the only ray of hope for us, the ray of light for us in the end of the tunnel. And by making everyone environmentally educated, well, we are promoting the understanding of interdependence of man and nature, making them all aware and the concerns about the nature. Well, it also incorporates certain skills with respect to environmental problems and action strategies. Well, to all the students, I would say, all the delegates, I would say that, for example, just consider this wonderful shloka of the first shloka of Ishopanishad, the final chapter of the Shulk Yajurved, an ancient Indian book, which goes like this. Om Isha Vasyamidam Sarvam Yat Kinchit Jagatyam Jagat Ten Tatten Bhunjita Ma Gradha Kasudhanam, which means the universe is the creation of that supreme power meant for the benefits of all the creations. Well, whether they be living or non-living, or even those who are yet to be born, each individual should enjoy the benefits of this system of Earth by forming a closer relationship with other. The core line over this, the core message over this is that let no species encroach upon the rights of the others. Therefore, I would just like to end by saying something about Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, the first vice president and the second president of independent India. On his birthday, the 5th of September has been celebrated all across as the Teacher's Day. He said, and according to him, education is the enlightenment of your individual soul that dispels ignorance and illuminates the individual. I add to it, environmental education in today's time is the enlightenment of the soul. It connects the human soul to the nature and tries to create an invisible bond with nature to preserve, conserve, protect the environment for the sustainability of life on Earth. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights and wonderful thoughts. Now we have Mr. Niranjan here with us. So now we will be having the Q&A session. Please feel free and ask your questions. Please put it in the chat box so that I could bring them up. Any questions?
They can unmute themselves and they can ask.
Sure, sure. Please unmute yourselves and ask the question, please.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yeah. So usually the developing world is often faced with this trade-off where they'll have to sacrifice the environment for greater income. So how exactly can the developing world escape this trade-off? Because in a lot of countries, economic growth is achieved because of these non-renewable resources by affecting the environment in such a way that it contributes directly to their economic growth. In fact, in a lot of countries, around 3 to 4% of the GDP comes from devastating the environment. So how exactly do you think that these countries can overcome this trade-off?
Well, first of all, I think it's a very good question from you, and I congratulate you for thinking so deeply about this topic. The thing is that what you said is a trade-off. I call it as something like a two-culture syndrome. There is one culture in the world which promotes that development, which is building big skyscrapers, polluting and degrading the environment to that extent that it becomes very difficult to, regenerate it and use the resources. And there is another group of people in this two culture syndrome, like me, like us, who want to conserve, preserve, and protect the nature and the environment. So how we're going to achieve it? We are going to achieve it by something which the United Nations put forward in 2015 as the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. So sustainable development is that development which, without compromising the needs of the present generation and without the requirements of the future generation, the development is being done in such a way that nothing is being compromised. And sustainable development and sustainable development goals need to be implemented. Therefore, once they are being implemented in the best possible way, the development which we see today will basically be more sustainable. Sustainable means you have more ability to sustain yourself, to sustain your life on it, because your life, the species all across the globe, their lives are becoming very limited due to pollution, degradation, and other stuff. So I think SDGs are the solution to it. There are around 17 SDGs with 169 target to be specific. And if that has been implemented in a proper sense, then that's the development which we need for our own sustenance and existence.
Vaishnavi, you are on mute.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that did answer my question, but what about the cost of implementing these SDGs in the first place? Because if, say, firms have to install certain filters to prevent environmental decay, they have to kind of let go of a major share of their profits. So what kind of government policies are needed to incentivize these firms to act this way?
For instance, I'll just give you a very small example about what you said. There is a policy in India which we are promoting about renewable energy and more specifically about the solar energy. India, along with France, in 2015 initiated International Solar Alliance, that is ISA. And it is a group of countries which is from Tropic of Cancer to Tropic of Capricorn, that is 23.5 degree north latitude and 23.5 degrees south latitude. We have a bunch of countries over there. So what government has been doing right now has been providing subsidies to implement this solar energy project. For example, there is a scheme called the Kusum, which is Kisan Urja Suraksha, and with respect to the agricultural farmers. So the government is doing its bit. They have been providing the subsidies, and the important thing, as you said, what would be the cost with respect to the industrial stuff? You might have heard something called the corporate social responsibility, in which the corporate world provides amount of their profit into the social responsibilities in the society, whether it be working towards poverty elevation, whether working towards education projects or health. What we need to implement right now to mitigate this gap is a corporate environmental responsibility, in which the corporate world, the industries, which are also the major polluters, they take up the responsibility. They measure their own individual carbon footprints. the government can also work towards carbon tax. For example, it has been implemented in certain countries. If you pollute more than that, there would be a proper carbon tax, right? So this is how the things work in a much specific manner. But again, it is also for the individual to take their own path, play their own roles, as the government is doing, but people also need to do, and the industry also need to do. Everyone needs to come forward and make sure that we have a sustainable living on this planet.
Thank you.
Yes.
That answers my question.
Yes. Okay. So anybody else would want to volunteer and ask their question? Please, you can unmute yourself and ask the question to the guest. Okay. I think there is no other questions from the audience side. Okay, let me ask a question. So when somebody wants to do something to the good to the society, they come up with the ideas, like new ideas, and they need the motivation as well as the support from the outsiders, like the public. Because when it comes to environment, we are really negligent about protecting it, right? So when this point is concerned, so how was the support and what was the direction that you have got, and what was the support and encouragement that you have gained from the public?
Well, actually, to be really honest, these issues are a bit offbeat. People generally get associated with political ideas. People generally get associated with so many other things in the society, but they don't get themselves very freely associated with nature, the environment, and other stuff. So
Yes.
what happened with me actually was when I wrote my book, uh, it basically became a very good selling book. I won't say that. It basically helped me a lot, and then from then I started my journey. My journey basically spanned from uh, trying to communicate people with the message of environmental protection and conservation across different countries of the world. So when you speak your heart out, when you try to make people understand that too, philosophically as well as psychologically, because it's all in your mind. Until and unless you feel for the nature, you're not going to conserve it, right? So this is what I try to incorporate, and
Yes.
slowly and steadily, people got involved. I got recognition, I got encouragement, and uh, I would also say that I got this stage like Akansha Charitable Trust to portray my ideas. And this is how things work when like-minded people from all across the globe, all across everywhere, they come together, share their ideas and perspective. So, the things get moving.
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for your valuable thoughts, and thank you for taking your time out and spending some of your precious time with us. We really appreciate that. So, on behalf of Team Akanksha and all the members and all the delegates of GOES, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. So, in the future also, we would look forward for your support and active participation in all the events of Akanksha. Thank you so much, sir. And
Thank you.
also, dear delegates, you were really patient, and I truly appreciate your attention throughout the session. So now we'll be having a fun activity for you at the end. So Miss Varsha will guide you through the activity. Over to you, Varsha. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for conducting the session so well. Okay, so we are back with the activity again, and this time we have something very interesting. Again, everybody hands on your chat box, because now it's going to be brain teasers. And the rules are the same. That question will be displayed on the screen. You need to put up in the chat box the answers. So I'll just share the screen. Okay, so is it visible? And can I start?
Yes, visible.
Okay, so the first question for all of you is, What occurs once in every minute, twice in every moment, yet never in 1,000 years? I repeat, what occurs once in every minute, twice in every moment, yet never in 1,000 years? Okay, we have the first answer from Mama Do. He says it's M, and it's followed by everybody saying M, M, M. Okay, let's see what the answer is. Yeah, and the answer is letter M because it comes once in a month, once in the minute, twice in the moment, and never in 1,000 years. Great. Okay, so the next question. Who makes it has no need of it. Who buys it has no use of it. Who uses it can neither see it nor feel it. What is it? I repeat, who makes it has no need of it. Who buys it has no use for it. Who uses it can neither see it nor feel it. What is it? Air, coffin, casket, cover for death, coffin, air. So many interesting answers. So, yeah, partially some of you are right. It's coffin because the one who makes it never needs it, and the one who buys it never needs it, but the one who needs it never feels it. Okay, so the next question. Before Mount Everest was discovered, what was the highest mountain in the world? Okay, this was the very quick answer. Okay, K2 Alps, Mount Everest. Okay, so the answer is very silly and simple. Before it was discovered, it was still the Mount Everest because Mount Everest always stood the tallest mountain even before it was discovered. Okay, so the next question. What you can keep but cannot share, and once you share it, you cannot keep it anymore. I think this is the easiest. What you can keep but cannot share, right. Once you share it, you can't keep it anymore, right? The answer is absolutely right. It's secret. Okay, so let's go to the next question. What flies without wings? Dreams, words, rumor, time, Peter Pan, balloon, ideas, imaginations. Oh my God, so many ideas. Okay, most of you are right. Wind flies without wings, but yeah, grammatically, yes, time flies without wings. Okay, so the next question. I speak without mouth, hear without ears. I have nobody but come alive with the wind. Who am I? I speak without mouth, hear without ears. I have nobody but come alive with the wind. Phone comes alive with the wind. Words, phone, phone, phone. Okay, Nicole answered it right. It's echo. Comes with the wind. Okay, so I think this is the last question that we have for this activity. What English word has 3 consecutive double letters? Right, yeah. What English words has 3 consecutive double letters? Okay, smart enough. Committee. Consecutive. Committee has an I in between, so that will rule out. So the answer is right. It's bookkeeper. Yeah, so because it's OO, KK, and EE, 3 consecutive double letters coming simultaneously together. Okay, so this was the end of the brain teaser session. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope you all had a great time. So I would request 2 or 3 of the delegates to voluntarily come up and share their opinion on how was the first day of the event for them today. How was the day one? Anybody? Yeah, I could see Momodu raising his hand first. So Momodu, over to you.
All right, I'm Mamadou Go from Liberia. The section was so much good. There are a lot of things that we learned to do. And all of the speakers, especially the leaders there, that talk about the EMF, talk about EMF, the digital well-being. It's something that's very affecting us as students that we don't know. There's something crucial that needs to be done about it. And then the guided tool, we talk about children have a unique way, quality education for all is something very important. because just with trap or whatever, everyone needs to have quality education, and every student have unique talents in them that need to be identified. So, speakers only be very careful of heart and I pray and hope that this gives to all of the delegates and be able to do something possible of all that we have learned today. And I say shout out to everybody for giving our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mamodu. That was great. And I hope you will stay with us tomorrow too to learn more. And thank you. So next up, we'll call Chukwa.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizers of the Global Online Youth Education Summit 2021. Thank you for creating such a great event for all of us to join in. And through the very first session, I think we are honored to meet some extraordinary experts who can share with us about their aspects and their views about education, some challenges, and their messages, which are really practical for all of us here. And I really hope that all of you, including me, can grab something for yourself, okay, and to develop your career or your plans in the future. So I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaur. Thank you so much. Now, can we have Ms. Navdeep Kaur to speak to us, please?
Yeah. Usha, firstly, very congratulations to the Akanksha team. You guys are really putting up a very good show, right? And thanks for inviting all the wonderful speakers for the day one. And I'm looking forward to the second day also. Though all the speakers are really mind-blowing, even being an educator, we are also searching certain answers, right, for the certain questions due to this pandemic. And we are really had a very tough time for the past few months. And during this session, I have come across with certain solutions. I feel really honored and humbled that I am on this platform. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the second day also. Thank you.
Even we are eager to know much from you. Thank you so much. Nicole, would you like to share your views?
I'd be honored. Thank you very much for letting me come and speak. Firstly, congratulations and my greatest commendations to everyone spoken today. It was absolutely amazing to hear different perspectives, the diversity of opinion, the viewpoints. It was just absolutely amazing to have such wonderful people on this platform, and I do feel really honored to be part of it. I really loved the like the capabilities of interactions. So the answers in the chats, the questions in the chats, the questions after each speaker was so insightful and really did give kind of a real feel of what this program is about. It really is about perspective. It's about perspective. It's about kind of everyone coming together with different ideas. And I can absolutely say that I enjoyed it 100%. And I would definitely come back, and hopefully this will be here again next year, and maybe not online, but we'll see about that. But I would be honored to come and join again. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Be with us for tomorrow also. Okay, so we'll take up the last volunteer, Claudio Miguel, if I'm right, if I'm pronouncing your name right.
Yeah, it's correct. It's a Portuguese name.
Okay.
It's not difficult as Hindi. Hindi is more difficult. So okay. I'm just kidding. I confess that I was surprised with the quality of the speakers, with the engagement of the delegates. I have to say, I've learned a lot. Carlos Oliveira Caballero from Bolivia. Wow. I've learned how to speak, how to make good speech, and also how to keep fighting for my ideas, and that is important to think about others. And I think that I also engaged with some other colleagues in the chat room, so it was amazing. Without a doubt, it has and will be for me an interesting journey. I didn't think it will be so interesting, in addition to issues related to quality education in the world. In this first day, I also learned to say namaskara. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we wish you remain with us tomorrow too. Thank you,
Yeah, thank
everyone. Thanks a lot. I hope you all had a great time today. And it was immense pleasure for all of us, delegates and the members of Akanksha, to have such eminent personalities talk amongst us today. And I would like to make a small announcement to all the delegates. Since tomorrow is the last day of GoYes 2021, we would like to keep it traditional. And as you all know, we all belong to different countries and different language, different religion, and different caste and creed. So it would be great if you guys could, come in your traditional outfit and attire. Even if you could not put up, it would be, the session would go enthusiastically the same way how it was today. So if you could put up, then it's great. Even not, we will have the session with the same enthusiasm. Speaking of which, we will hope to see you all tomorrow, and we would like to see the same enthusiasm within you all tomorrow, with some lot of fun activities, hackathon coming up. So I wish all the best to everyone who are there in the different teams for the hackathon. And I wish everybody would join us tomorrow at the same time in the same platform. Thank you so much for being with us. So will we have a group photo session or something?
Yeah, a day one first photo we can have. I think I request all of you to turn on your camera. Nitin, can you click the pictures?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Bye.
I think we can all do namaste. Yes. Okay. Nitin, are you ready? Okay. So there are 6 screens. Actually, we have 6 screens. So we have to click 6 pictures. So you have to, keep this posture for about 1 minute and keep smiling.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Click.
Second.
Wait.
Yeah. He has to paste it somewhere. Pin drop silence.
3, 2, 1, and click.
Yes. Third picture.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, and click.
We have 3 more to click.
3 more.
Yes, we have 6 screens.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
2 more.
Okay. Okay, done.
Okay, yeah. Thank you all. Hope you all had a great day, and I really congratulate all the especially Akanksha members, Varsha Shetty, and all other Sridevi, Pranita, Aishwarya, Nitin, and Grishma for the wonderful presentation. You have done great work. So thank you all the delegates for being part of this. And so tomorrow it's a very important day for you all. You have hackathon, so please prepare for it. And I could see some of the people in the mail, and please drop it by tomorrow morning 11 a.m. Indian Standard Time. So we'll be waiting for that. And you have already got the schedule from your team in charges, so be ready by that time. And you introduce your team to the mentors, and top 8 teams will be selected and there is no competitions. Okay, there is nothing like competitions, but top 8 teams will be presenting at the end of the day in front of all the other delegates. So that's the program. And as Varsha said, let's have a traditional attire tomorrow. So even we will come with the traditional attire. So I request all of you to be with your traditional attire because it's a pandemic situation. So let's have a traditional attire or traditional day tomorrow, and it's a very important day tomorrow for India because it's celebrated as a Teachers' Day here. So it's a Teachers' Day celebration here. So we can have Teachers' Day celebration in this way. Okay. So thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Thank you very much.
Dhanyawad.
Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bro.
Thank you. Akanksha, let's take that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Can't wait to see you tomorrow, guys.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. See you.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Team
Sabar animal Bye. See you tomorrow morning.
Yes, yes. Let's see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye. You can leave the meeting. All the delegates can leave the meeting, please. Thank you. Let's see you tomorrow. We commit. Yeah. ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಕೋ ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಸುಮ್ನೆ ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಏನಾಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾಳೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ಓಕೆ. ಯಪ್ಪಾ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾರೆ ಬೇಗ ಬೇಗ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ನಡ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ವರ್ಷ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಥ ಆದ್ರೆ